Jimenez? Jimenez? Perales?
Here.
Cohen?
Here.
Roscoe?
Here.
Davis?
Here.
Garza?
Here.
Arenas?
Here.
Foley?
Here.
Mahan?
Here.
Jones?
Present.
Picardo?
Present.
You have a
Thank you.
quorum.
Frankie. Great. Regan, I know that your presentation was interrupted. Let's go back to you, and then we'll come back to council.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Reagan Henninger here with the Housing Department. I'm going to ask Kelly to screen share and hope that helps with some of my internet issues. And we're going to start at slide 7, which is where we left off. So the Housing Department did some initial thinking about what level of services could be provided at a sanctioned encampment program. The cost estimates here, also in attachment A in the staff report, are based on a site that could accommodate about 100 tents. We're estimating 2 people per tent, so a maximum of 200 people, assuming we could find a site that large. The first level would meet just the basic needs of people living on site, providing portable restrooms, hand washing stations, trash service, and mobile showers. This is similar to the current SOAR program. However, the SOAR program also offers regular street-based case management and access to services. The second level would provide more enhanced services on site, including perimeter fencing, some safety equipment such as fire extinguishers, cooking equipment to safely prepare food, and maintenance checks of the site. And the third level would provide all the previous services mentioned with the addition of on-site security and an on-site social service provider. In putting together these thoughts on service levels, we did take into consideration some of the feedback and lessons learned from the organizers of Hope Village. Some of you might recall that effort back in 2019 to site a sanctioned encampment on a property near the airport. The organizers said the tents were difficult to maintain, hot in the summer, and very hard during the winter rains. After their experience, the organizers recommended pallet shelters or some type of sturdier shelter. Second, in bringing potable water to the site every day was a tremendous effort that did take some time and resources, so access to water was important. And they also recommended a kind of ground cover, such as gravel, that would help reduce dust in the summer and mud in the winter. So we have also considered some of those recommendations here. But we did not include pallet shelters or sheds because that would be similar to the bridge housing communities that we're already implementing and operating. However, in the if we were to proceed with sanctioned encampments, we may look to find a site that has some kind of ground cover or is paved. Next slide. So developing a sanctioned encampment program would entail developing a siting policy and potentially a new city ordinance outlining where encampments would be allowed or other programmatic guidelines that would address health and safety needs. We would also need to identify sites, conduct community outreach, and go through a procurement process to find a service provider. So again, bringing you back kind of to the 3 things I really was hoping that council would take away from this presentation is first, we do believe there's tremendous value in providing street-based services such as hygiene resources and trash services to those living unsheltered. Second, this work of establishing a sanctioned encampment program will require a robust and thoughtful policy and potentially a new city ordinance to set those programmatic guidelines and address health and safety. And finally, in order to develop a sanctioned encampment program the correct way, Both financial resources and staff time are needed. So in order to do this work, we would have to have council identify those resources. Next slide. So given the complexities of developing a sanctioned encampment policy, we are asking the council, if they choose to move forward with sanctioned encampments, that council identify the resources, specifically the staff resources and the financial resources to operate such a program. Once those resources are in place, we'll start to do the work and bring forward a plan to City Council. So that concludes our staff presentation.
Thank you, Reagan. I'd like to just start with a couple questions where you left off, which is around resources. As you noted, Council has voted to allocate resources to the March budget message to increase the number of source sites. And I believe the city manager's budget indicates it would be up to an additional 10 source sites in addition to what we have now. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so those would then be 24 sites where we'd be providing latrines, mobile showers, trash pickup, some basic services, rapid rehousing, other services for residents in the encampments. Is that right?
That's right. I think what's the distinction I'd like to make with the SOAR program is that we do have dedicated street outreach teams that are staffed by clinicians and people with lived experience of homelessness, and it's their job to visit the designated SOAR sites every day. And those street outreach teams also have some additional housing or shelter resources that are specifically for those teams working in the SOAR sites. So they have access to some rapid rehousing or rental assistance vouchers, motel vouchers, reserved shelter beds, and also something called housing problem solving, which is some one-time financial assistance and light case management to help people who may have options to go live with friends or family, but may need some financial help in order to do so.
Right. So I appreciate all the work that's being done at those source sites. I think there's a perception, I think, by some in the public that we are not actually out there providing services of this type to unhoused residents in the encampments. And clearly we are, and we've just voted to expand those services, but obviously those are dollars that we are able to use because of the emergency funding coming from the federal government. And I guess I wanted to ask a bit about what we think about funding going forward. I know we've got sort of this one-time dollars that we're able to use for mitigation of all the impacts or some of the impacts from the pandemic. But going forward, we know we've already seen the governor's got a May revise with about $12 billion funding in it. I think about $7 billion for home key, another $1.5 billion for bond programs for construction. We expect significant dollars to come through an infrastructure bill as well at the federal level. Just want to understand, do you understand if there are any programs at the federal or state level that are just out there to help us fund sanctioned encampments over some extended period of time?
Yeah, you know, I have to say, I think flexible funding for homeless response programs is something that really keeps me awake at night. We have this one-time ESG funding that we got through the CARES Act that we're currently using for the SOAR program, but that funding ends in 2 years. We also are using some CARES Act funding to fund the operations of our new emergency interim housing sites that we built. And we have a couple-year runway on those sites that we have funding identified. But after about 2 years, we don't have funding identified for these programs that we've already established that are providing this critical service to our homeless community. And so the way that I am reading and understanding the governor's initial $12 billion proposal and the American Rescue Plan, you know, a lot of the details are still unclear and the guidance is still forthcoming. And so, but as I read it now, as it is, with not a lot of detail, there is not a local flexible source of funding that can be used for a sanctioned encampment type of program.
Yeah, that's certainly my reading as well. I mean, the CDLAC money, the home key money, that's all attached to actual structures that we're building to get people housed. So if there's any services that has to be attached to a motel that we're converting or a structure we're building, is that fair to say?
That's right. And I also want to highlight that while I applaud the governor's $12 billion announcement, and it's a tremendous opportunity, it is a change from previous state funding that we received that you all will remember, called HEAP and HAP, which was an extremely flexible source of funding that went directly to cities for us to use on programs of our choosing that responded to homelessness. That flexible pot of funding going directly to cities is not part of the governor's current $12 billion plan.
And funding sanctioned encampments is already disfavored at the federal level. We saw with the Interagency Council on Homeless, as you indicated, it says it's not an approach they favor. So I just want to put this in context. I think there is more money now. I could be wrong on this, but you tell me. We have more opportunity to get more resources to get people housed now than any time in my lifetime, maybe any time we'll ever have in our lifetime. Is that fair to say?
Very fair to say. I think I mentioned in the presentation, pre-pandemic, the housing department spent about $15 million on homeless-related programs and responses. With the pandemic, we saw that budget rise to $57 million. But that is one-time funding that is COVID-related.
Right. And then the state money, the federal money is greater than it's ever been. And I just, my concern is this. We could have the housing department mobilized, getting those dollars to our city so we could get homeless people housed in actual structures and dignified housing. And take advantage of the money that's there, or we could spin our wheels on an approach for which there's no funding and will distract us completely from the ability to get hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions of dollars, into this region to address homelessness. Because we'll instead be dealing with music that's too loud and neighbors don't like it, and because of complaints about blight or whatever may happen, because we've sanctioned an encampment and now it's all on us as the city to make sure that sanctioned encampment meets to all the standards of whatever the surrounding neighborhood might expect. So that is my great concern. We've got this extraordinary opportunity to help a lot of people get off the street if we play this smart and we go get a lot of federal and state resources to make a lot of things happen. If we're spinning our wheels, chasing foul balls, we lose those opportunities. And I saw that very directly just in the last cycle. You know, we had a transition to the housing authority. I know that was very important for us as we were trying to chase dollars to go convert motels to get people housed. We saw cities like Long Beach, half our size, getting 4 or 5 motel conversions. If we're not focused on the money, if we don't have the people focused on the money and being able to really help people, then we are going to be at a huge disadvantage. And instead, we're going to be chasing our tails, dealing with all the impacts of a sanctioned encampment in neighborhoods we know are going to be challenging, because I've stood plenty of times in front of rooms of 200, 300 upset neighbors who said, you can't build that housing project in my neighborhood for unhoused. And I'm willing to take those bullets anytime to get a housing project built. but we're going to have to do that again and again, not for a housing development in which people are going to live, but for an encampment in which there's going to be tents. And you can imagine how much more intense the neighborhood opposition is going to be and how much more we're going to be spinning our wheels doing things that have nothing to do with getting people housed. So I appreciate your earlier statements about why the housing department had serious concerns about this approach back in 2016 when we spent a lot of time on it. We put out 2 RFPs trying to get any nonprofit to help us manage one. We couldn't. As I recall, we couldn't get any sites either from the council. Is that right, Reagan?
That's right. I think we couldn't find a site that was large enough or most importantly under city control where we had the ability to site on it.
Okay. So I'm going to stop here. I know my time's up. I have proposed some alternatives in my memo, and we can return to that if the opportunity presents itself. Okay, council member, I believe, let's see, I saw Councilmember Foley, or was it Councilmember Cohen who was first? We took a break. I can't remember. I had
My
Foley.
hands are still in order, so Foley was first.
Foley
I'm
was
first.
first. Okay, thank you for your chivalry, David. Councilmember Foley.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Reagan, for your staff report. And I want to thank the public for their comments. And Mayor, you do make some good points, but I just want to make a statement and then ask a few questions. So, you know, a day doesn't go by that each of us at the city council level don't get contacted by either an unhoused advocate or by residents who are concerned about fires or unhoused neighbors adjacent to them. And as evidenced by the priority setting vote this year, where 10 out of 11 voting members of this body chose to prioritize better managing our homeless encampments, I hope council will choose once again to move forward with this policy towards sanctioned encampments or humanitarian zones in one shape or another. This issue is going to be very complex, and our community will be very sensitive to its locations, as it was in 2016, 17, whenever it was. But that's all right, because we have reached an inflection point on this issue in this city. When the issue of sanctioned encampment has been floated for many years, I'm sure. I've only been on council a couple of years, but in the last few months, in the last year, I would say, since the pandemic, our residents are more aware and more sensitive to the desire to investigate, create, and move forward with at least a pilot sanction program. One of the main positives of a sanctioned encampment is that the unhoused living there will not be subject to the threat of constant sweeps, where more than personal belongings, tents, and other structures are destroyed and lost. Sweeps are demoralizing, as we've heard, and spirit killers for our unhoused community. In a tour of camps recently, I learned that suicide is high during sweeps, in the anticipation of sweeps, in the post-sweeps. The most appealing aspect of sanctioned encampments is the stability created by no sweeps. I put up the affordable housing banner behind me, but I could have easily put up the mental health banner, because both are intersectional issues as it relates to homelessness and the sweeps. It would be great for us to build our way out of the need for encampments or temporary housing. And having money to pour at that, to buy hotels, is a wonderful tool and an absolute strategy that we should be pursuing. But building affordable housing takes time, 2-3 years. We don't have that kind of time in order to address this issue. We have to address it right now. At the same time, I hear from homeless advocates, I hear from local businesses, from homeowner association leaders, neighborhood association leaders, regular people, moms, dads, people that have had their homes threatened by fires, coming from homeless encampments or people concerned about an unhoused person acting erratically. Stability is key for many of these people, especially when it comes to getting their lives back on track. Let's help them have stability in the interim. Let's do something bold here. I wrote this memo in conversation with Councilmember Cohen, because the status quo is untenable for those that are housed and those that are unhoused alike. Everyone wants an interim solution to this complicated challenge. Our residents want the city of San Jose to identify an ideal location for homeless individuals, connect them with resources, and ensure that everyone's quality of life is increased. It's my hope we move forward without delay to create a sanctioned encampment. With that, I'm going to move the following. I'm going to move my memo, and I'm going to move the mayor's memo, item 1, 2, and 4. And in item 2, I'd like to add in staff to investigate storage options. That's the provision in the mayor's memo that calls for 2 to 3 months notice if we are doing an abatement. And if one of the big concerns is that we're removing the possessions. So if we can create storage or find ways to create storage, that would be a wonderful opportunity. And I know Reagan and all of you have been around a lot longer than I. You've investigated storage, and I know that Councilman Jimenez, I think, for priority setting session several years ago, called for storage facilities. So let's see how we can make that happen. And with that, I move my memo and those portions of the mayor's memo.
Second.
Thank you. And Mayor, I don't disagree with you on certain areas, but I really believe that this is one tool in our toolbox, that we ought to be pursuing the money, of course. We don't want to leave money on the table. And if it can help us buy hotels and rehab hotels, that should be our goal. But another strategy, something else that we should be pursuing, and I understand that it is not without risk and not without liability, but I truly believe it is the time now for us to pursue it. So let's figure it out. I also know, because when I was running for city council in my district, there was a big objection to a spot that was chosen for tiny homes at that time. So I understand the siting location is very problematic as well. I do. But I will work on trying to find a location in District 9 that works. And I hope my other city council members will look for a location in their district that will work as well. Reagan, you already answered my question about how many individuals you expect to house in a sanctioned encampment. Can I ask you a question about fire prevention, though? One of the biggest concerns we hear about is fires, and either fires that have erupted or fires that appear to be out of control. When it comes to fire prevention, are we working with unhoused advocates to provide fire extinguishers or other tools they can use to cook that isn't going to be as combustible? How do we handle controlling current source sites for fires?
Thanks for the question, Councilmember. So one of the things that we would like to do with source sites is that fire safety education and prevention, providing fire extinguishers, potentially providing a safer way for individuals to cook. We just haven't had the financial resources or the bandwidth to procure, potentially thousands of fire extinguishers and camping equipment. It is something we are definitely interested in providing as we continue to iterate and evolve the SOAR program. And if I could, Councilmember, just comment on one of the comments that you raised about the council direction that was passed on March 23rd and also during the city roadmap prioritization where council did prioritize encampment management policies. And that work is going forward. It's being led by the Beautify San Jose staff, and really is centered around how can we work with encampments to keep their areas clean, provide a certain level of trash and sanitation support. How can we provide clear parameters of where encampments are not allowed to be, whether that's schools, which again, council has already provided, but other sensitive uses like our creeks. So I think I really want to distinguish what council already prioritized, which was encampment management policies that staff is bringing forward, and it is on our citywide roadmap. And a distinction between sanctioned encampments, which is what council's talking about here. And the sanctioned encampment is saying you can be here. And I think, you know, perhaps the city attorneys might want to weigh in on the difference between that. What happens when you provide that authority to say you can be here? And then I think subsequent levels of health and safety standards must be met if we are telling people this is a place where you can camp.
I certainly understand the distinction in the policy, the roadmap item, and that you're working on that. I appreciate that. But I think the sanction encampments is on the agenda today. And the idea and the reason for my motion and my memo is to move it forward into beyond the theoretical stage to how could we do this? How can we come, and Nora may come back and say, oh, it's just, there's no way that we can do this. The liability is too great on the city side. We can't get control. We can't, you know, whatever the legal team may come back. But I think we need to act now. We continue to talk about how important this issue is. And we often talk to residents, we talk to community organizations about homelessness. It's the #1 item on their list behind public safety, that we talk to them and tell them we're working on things and they don't see any solutions, anything happening from us. So my memo, it is a move forward to do something. And with that, my time's up, so I'm going to step off and let someone else have the floor. Thank you.
Councilmember Foley, this is Jackie Morales-Fran, the Director of the Housing Department. And reading your memo, I just wanted clarification from the staff perspective. It doesn't speak to resources or providing us with additional resources. And so is it your expectation then we would drop something else on the homeless side and prioritize this as a result of this action? I just wanted clarification.
I don't know that it's my expectation that you would drop anything. My expectation is that you would come back and analyze what resources are needed and finances are needed, and try not to drop anything that's going to, let me put it this way. It would be my desire for you not to drop anything that's going to build more affordable housing or build more housing or focus your attentions on housing the unhoused, finding permanent housing for them. But I don't see this as an either or. I see this as another thing that I'd like to add to your plate.
Councilmember, we did in our staff report try and provide an initial take at what a sanction encampment program would cost, both in the staff resources to get it done and the services and operations money. And that's towards the end of the staff report. And, you know, I think what we're saying is we need these resources in order to implement a sanctioned encampment program.
Okay, let's move on to Councilmember Cohen.
Okay, thank you. And I want to thank Councilmember Foley. I've been working with her on this topic since we wrote the memo together and the last time we brought this up, and I was glad to continue to work with her this past week on this latest memo. And I understand there's some complexities and things we'd have to work out, but I do want to talk a little bit about the issue in general at first. First, I'm going to say that I know that there's a big concern about the term sanctioned. I'm not interested in semantics or terminology. I'm interested in trying to figure out how to take care of people who are in need and how to keep our neighborhoods safe. I had heard the term, somebody suggested the term a month ago, humanitarian zones. I actually started using that term, and we heard a lot of people use it tonight. So I'm going to be referring to humanitarian zones as I discuss this. There's this question, there's this concern about where we'd site an encampment and whether people would tolerate them. From my perspective, we already have encampments in almost all of our neighborhoods, and it's the #1 quality of life issue for District 4 residents. We get about a dozen calls and emails every day from people, and they want solutions. These humanitarian zones aren't going to solve the problem all by themselves, but the consensus I'm hearing from homeless advocates and nonprofits is that sanctioned or that humanitarian zones would be extremely helpful in decreasing homelessness and getting people housed. And without these kinds of zones, where will unhoused residents go where they can have some stability and services as we continue to move them into housing? And I did hear this comment about our source sites have some other wraparound services in them. It's not clear to me that we'd be suggesting that these other sites with enhanced services wouldn't continue to have those same wraparound services that source sites have. So these humanitarian zones provide unhoused with a place where they know they can be safe from abatement while ensuring they are away from residential areas and waterways. We can find locations. Abatements make it harder for unhoused people to be connected to transitional or permanent housing. Every time we abate where it isn't absolutely necessary, for example, when encampments are in the public right of way or pose an environmental hazard, it makes solving the issue of homelessness more difficult and costly. Abatements also have severe consequences for mental and emotional health, and Councilmember Foley talked eloquently about that in her comments. Earlier this month, actually just last week, there was a fire at Berryessa Road and 680. Started about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, northbound 680. 2 engines were dispatched, and there were 2 locations with 2 separate events. After that, 2 additional engines were requested about 15 minutes later, so there were 4 engines on scene. And then separately, just around the corner from that, on the northbound cloverleaf of 680, 2 more engines were called to assist another fire that was happening there. This is an encampment in District 4 that we've been hearing about from our residents weekly, saying that they were afraid that this was going to happen, that there were fire risks in their neighborhood. And right while they were fighting this fire, there was a condo complex right behind the encampment that called about concerns that their brush on their property was beginning to burn. So crews had to come in on that side and confirm whether there was fire or just smoke and deal with that. There were 6 engines on site as a result of this fire. Another brush fire in the creek area close to the freeway was reported as well. So there were 4 different independent fires at this encampment. It does turn out that there was a homeless resident there who is an arsonist who started the fire. Now, she's been arrested and fortunately isn't still in that encampment. But in the meantime, as a result of this, the street crimes team is putting in a request to have this area abated. My question is, where will these residents go? They will be abated, they will move away for a while and come right back to that spot. If we had humanitarian zones, we could point people to a specific site where they can stay without fear of abatement, where they can have access to portable toilets, water, cooking supplies, showers, etc. Instead, they'll be forced back onto the streets and they'll be right back in the same neighborhoods where they've been causing trouble for some of our neighbors. So I'm also wondering about this comparison, for example, to the San Francisco site. I'm not sure it's an appropriate comparison. I know the mayor's memo points out that their program costs $61,000 per person. It ignores that San Francisco's program was designed with the assumption it would be reimbursed by FEMA. And we're not going into it with this misconception. Their program was far more robust than even our level 3 services that are detailed in the staff's memo. Their encampments offered 3 meals a day, around-the-clock security, electricity, and all of that was funded by San Francisco. So we're not going to be offering exactly that same experience, and so it's not really a fair cost comparison. Our SOAR program was established in response to the public health emergency and was intended to continue only for the duration of the emergency. But homeless was an issue long before the pandemic, and it will remain one long after the emergency ends. In 2019, before SOAR was initiated, 57% of the city's spending on encampments, nearly $5 million, was spent on abatements. Less than 10% was spent on outreach, actually trying to connect unhoused residents to housing. The percent of spending for actual services and support for people in encampments was 0.1% of overall encampment spending. So it's great to maintain and expand SOAR, but we need services that are not tied to the health emergency. And we can't go back to spending millions of dollars on abatements, which is a response that doesn't work. We should be, oh geez, sorry, I don't know what that was. So what I'm worried about is that we're doing cost estimates without thinking about what we'd be saving on other services, abatements, fire and police response, et cetera. If we provide things listed under level 2 services like fire extinguishers and safe cooking implements, we can cut down on the risk of fires in encampments, protect public safety, and save the city money on fire response. So it's a lot more complicated than suggesting that we spend this money and it's an opportunity cost taken away from something else. There's a lot of money we're spending on responding to our homeless problem. We keep hearing that the status quo isn't working, and then we keep going back to the status quo. That's my ultimate concern about what we keep hearing at these discussions. We've analyzed the issue year after year, and I know this was done in 2015, 2016, it's years before I was on the council. But if we don't move forward with this, what is the alternative? What happens to unhoused residents who get abated, who lose their belongings, have to start over? Where do they go? And I know that obviously we have to continue to spend resources on trying to get people housed. But we're housing people hundreds at a time, and there are thousands of people who are homeless. We need to be doing both. We need to have an interim solution for some stability for people who are living on the streets. The funding, I know the memo talks about level 2 funding and says that it's about $500,000 per year to offer the level 2 support. I believe we can find that money in our city budget. And obviously, I think we're spending far more than that on abatements that we hope can become less necessary as we provide additional services through this program. And there's been talk about staff time, but I think that $500,000 proposal included hiring 1.5 additional people to support this program, which I think we can find the money to do. And obviously, I know that Councilmember Foley and I don't yet have a specific suggestion of where that funding would come from, but I think in our $1 billion budget, we can come up with $500,000 to provide level 2 encampment services. So the ultimate question I ask is, while we continue to create thousands of units to house people, I'm afraid we're going to continue having this conversation year after year as a council, because we're not providing an interim solution that's going to give people some stability and provide services and help the residents in our neighborhoods who are clamoring and begging us to do something to provide a safer, more secure option for them. So that's why I support pursuing this program, calling them, giving them a name like Humanitarian Zones, and being able to evaluate how that works, because what we're doing now, I do not believe is working. Thanks.
And this is Jackie again. I just want to temper expectations, because we have expanded the amount of emergency housing over the past year more than in any time in the 13 years that I've been here. So we expanded the capacity of emergency, not permanent housing, emergency housing, by adding close to 1,000 beds. So I just want to temper your expectation that by adding 100 beds is, I'm not sure it will provide you what you're hoping to provide to all the residents who have concerns about, and legitimate concerns. It's not that it's not legitimate. And I do want to point out 300 of those facilities through our emergency interim housing are going to continue to remain open even after the pandemic is over. So you know, again, I just want to temper expectations that one encampment, Sanction encampment, is not going to move the needle. If 1,000 new beds housing 6,000 people over the last year doesn't have any impression, then again, just trying to temper.
I appreciate that, and I know I get carried away with my expectation, but I do think that there's room for some additional opportunities, especially since we know that for a number of years while we're solving this problem, there are still going to be thousands of people on the street that need some level of stability for our community. Thank you for that, Jackie.
Councilmember, just some clarifications and some fact checking. The San Francisco program is not being reimbursed by FEMA currently. FEMA is only reimbursing for hotel stays as a shelter in place, and they are only reimbursing for the costs of the hotel, but not for any on-site services. And they are reimbursing for the meals provided at the hotels, but that is it. And then finally, the money that's spent on abatements is general fund money. It is not any housing department specialized federal funding.
Yeah, to me, we can move money from. I understand that. I mean, it's city fund, it's city budget, right? It's city general fund budget versus money that can be moved into the housing department or other places.
Yeah, I think just for me, Councilmember, the important distinction is all of the housing department's funding that we receive, all of our federal entitlement funding has very specific and stringent spending requirements that don't allow, sanctioned encampments, which is why in my presentation I had suggested our two most flexible funding sources are the state money and our local housing trust.
Okay. All right. Thank you. In the order I had it before the break, I had Councilmember Esparza next.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. A couple of things before I get to my comments. So I wanted to ask about an issue that has come up pretty consistently. I feel like my concerns have been consistent since I got elected to council. And one of the things that I have mentioned several times is the issue about fires in mobile home parks. We have all been to the smoke alarm, sorry. Sorry, light went out in my office. We've all been to our smoke alarm events at mobile home parks in our district. And so we all are aware of how quickly those can burn down. And it really takes a couple of minutes for that to happen, is what we are told when we do these smoke alarm events. And my office has had residents call us. I have had to call when I've been out in the community and seen a fire near a mobile home park in my district. Each time that this has happened, it's been an encampment fire. So I'm being very specific. I know there are other fires, but the fires that we have experienced have been encampment fires. And so it's a concern. And that's why we talked about public safety in March. I'm trying to remember when we had this. That's why we talked about public safety issues and concerns when we talked about abatements. And so my question would be, for Nora, are there any legal issues around, say, a mobile home park were to catch fire due to an encampment that we have sanctioned or otherwise?
Council member, thank you for your question. That it would depend on the circumstances. a hypothetical that's very difficult to answer without more specifics.
Thank you. I just know that this is a concern that I've heard about from the community, from mobile home parks, that I've witnessed myself, that my staff has witnessed. And so I wanted to bring that up because I feel at this point that we're having different conversations, that we're all frustrated. Every city, every big city in America is dealing with this same issue. We're trying to figure out solutions to homelessness, what options we're going to put forward in our communities, and how we're going to address it. And certainly it's something that cities throughout California are addressing. And so I had another question. I don't know if Olympia is on the phone or online, if Olympia is up, but I had a question because the Beautify SJ team is out there every day, and in fact it interacts directly with residents and neighborhoods. And so I wanted to hear from the team, if they're available, in terms of what neighborhoods, what are the top concerns? What are the neighborhoods saying? And I'll build on that in a second.
Thank you for the question, Council Member. Olympia Williams, Beautify SJ Program Manager. Most of the concerns that we have coming from our neighborhoods are quality of life issues, many of which you guys have discussed this evening. They tend to focus around safety, especially around fire safety. Unfortunately, we have a lot of concerns around just behaviors at encampments, oftentimes that, are outside of the scope of Beautify SJ. So those are things that we oftentimes have to work with neighbors and SJPD to address. There are issues, unfortunately, as you guys know, around trash, dumping, and just the presence of encampments in neighborhoods. As you know, we started doing some of this work preliminary before the pandemic hit. What we're really finding is that the tolerance that we'd worked really hard to build with neighborhoods has truly just waned. And it's been, we see our responsibility as taking care of both the housed community and the unhoused community. We don't differentiate, but we do see the tension and kind of the frustration on both sides.
Thank you. And I brought that up because I think that it's important for us as to talk about solutions that are real. And we set up SOAR sites in a response to the pandemic. And actually it's worked, providing hygiene. And the thing that I think has made the biggest difference has been the outreach. How many folks, I know I always ask this, so I don't know, I didn't give Reagan a heads up, but how many folks have we permanently housed during the pandemic?
So since March of last year, I think we have permanently housed around 3,000 individuals.
Oh my gosh.
And then since March of last year, I think we've had over 6,000 people in our shelters and our hotels.
I mean, I'll tell you, I've been in community and nonprofit a long time. I've never heard those numbers. And Jackie, you talked about your 13 years. We're not doing nothing. And I think a lot of the permanently housed and the sheltered is a result of the outreach. It's a result of going out there and having case management, having rapid rehousing, having shelter, having a variety of solutions. And I think that how we've arrived today in terms of the community plan and homelessness comes out of years and years of frustration from managing homelessness. And it's like Groundhog Day, where we're talking about how to manage homelessness instead of how to end it, at a time when we have an unprecedented amount of resources to construct permanent housing. I wanted to ask another question about the funding sources. So the mayor had addressed this at the beginning, but I just wanted to make it explicitly clear. Do we have funding that allows us to create and sustain sanction encampments or safe zones or whatever we're calling them?
Thanks for the question. So right now, as I said, probably the best source would be either our local housing trust fund, or I think in the latter part of the memo in the cost summary, we do indicate we could potentially use funds from the American Rescue Plan. But outside of that, our normal federal entitlement funds, sanctioned encampments is not an allowable use.
Thank you. And I also wanted to follow up at our last discussion, and I don't know if, so this actually is a question for Councilmember Perales. Sorry, I didn't give you a heads up. I was going to ask you this either. Have we gotten a follow-up from our discussions or from your discussions with Supervisor Chavez or the county about the potential site that had been identified? Sorry, I'm putting you on the spot a little bit.
No worries. Yeah, that has a couple different parties involved, because it's not just county property, it's also housing authority, and we've been doing some follow-up, and there are challenges, but that is not an option that is off the table. But it's still certainly not without its challenges, just like any of the sites maybe.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I didn't want to lose sight of that, and I know that it's been brought up, and I know that you've been putting time in that. And here's another question. You know what? I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to say a couple of things. This is for my colleagues to hear. I'm going to read a little section from the memo on this. The housing department has no capacity to complete the work of conducting community engagement, entering into agreements for site services, and developing a process for which individuals are selected to camp at the new site, or how to keep the site from growing to an unmanageable and unsafe size. And it goes on to talk about legal considerations. So the question that was asked earlier about what would we drop? Should we drop rent relief? Should we drop sheltering folks? Should we drop building new housing? Is that what we're gonna drop for 100 beds just to feel good in the moment, but not really add much to the pipeline? And I'm frustrated because I feel like we're not having a lot of real conversations about this. To my knowledge, only 2 of my colleagues have actually ever offered a location in their district for a sanctioned encampment. And that's Councilmember Deb Davis and Councilmember Raul Perales. So for the folks making a proposal, offer a site in your district. Because I'll tell you another one of my frustrations, there are only 2 council districts that have any permanent supportive housing in the city of San Jose. That's District 3 and District 7. There are only 3 council districts that have tiny homes in the city, and that's Council Districts 2, 3, and 7. So do you sense a pattern here? And so for folks that want to offer solutions, offer a site in your district and go out and propose it. Because this is not hypothetical here. We need real solutions. And we have a proposal in the mayor's budget message that lists sites for transitional housing. We all voted for it. And we have an unprecedented amount of money to purchase motels, convert them to housing in our city. We have an unprecedented opportunity here with the money that's being given to us from the federal government and from the state government, even though we don't know. And in fact, some of the HAP money is being used to pay for the outreach that we're conducting. And so for folks that are proposing this, be real for a second. Offer a site in your district and say what you're willing to give up so that we can do this. And say what's more, what is less important than this. Is it rent relief? Is it sheltering folks for a pandemic that is still out there? And so that's my frustration, is because I just don't think, I think we continue to beat a dead horse. And here we are again. And so.
Councilmember Esparza, why don't you complete that sentence and then we're gonna come back to you. I just need to, we got other folks waiting.
Yeah, I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there.
Okay. Again, going from the earlier order, Councilmember Mahan, then Councilmember Peralta.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks to everyone who's commented. It's an important and it's an important conversation for us to have. I very much appreciate the sense of urgency that Council members Foley and Cohen expressed earlier, and I certainly feel it. I know we all do. I know all of our residents do, and I'm very sympathetic to the comments that they made. I agree with the point that, and I've stated this many times, that building new housing is slow, it's expensive, and it can't be the only thing we're doing, and it's not the only thing we're doing. We've got to do a lot more. I've also stated, and I should just at least, on the record be clear about this, there are circumstances under which I would support a pilot sanctioning encampment, where we've identified the land, identified the funding, and in my opinion, the right way to proceed with a proper pilot of the idea would be to do it in partnership with the county that can supplement the services that we focus on with their area of expertise, can share the costs, and in an ideal world could help supply the land. I think I know that's a conversation that others are having. That's an approach that I could certainly support. Before I go farther down the outline, I think the good news here in listening to everyone is that I think we have about 90% alignment on the next steps we want to take. But I do think we have a semantics problem. So to maybe the point Councilmember Cohen made, I think we have a semantics problem, and in the meaning of the word, which is the meaning of words, I think it matters quite a lot, which is to say there are things that come along with the city officially in sanctioning encampment that we have not yet grappled with. And even today, the presentation we got did not really explore in any detail the additional legal risk or any analysis of that. And therefore, in order to mitigate those risks, cost. And you saw that sort of implied in level 3, where we've got, at level 2, we've got fencing, level 3, we've got security. So costs start going up to mitigate risk, to make sure we do this in a safe way if we're taking on the responsibility of saying you can camp here, this is sanctioned. And that gives me another concern, which goes beyond risk, because I, as a former entrepreneur, I'm okay with calculated risk if it's going to get us a reward, if it's going to have a benefit. But the real fear I have here is the other thing I haven't seen yet, and which was the subject of my memo, was an explicit articulation of the trade-off that we're making here. And I think that's what Councilmember Esparza was just speaking to quite eloquently, which is, what are we going to give up? And I can't support this approach without understanding what are the risks, how would we mitigate them, what are the costs, and therefore, what are we not doing? And so I think the good news, again, is that I think we can get the things we most want without necessarily taking on more risk and some costs that may be unnecessary. So what do I think we want? What I heard that was overlap was, we want to improve the way we do abatements. We don't want them to lead to unnecessary stress, lost belongings, just shuffling people back and forth every week. We want to do that in a smarter, more humane way. And I think the mayor's recommendation too starts to point to how we might improve the way abatements are done. Certainly there are going to be public safety risks, right-of-way infringement that has to be addressed. And we do need that tool, but we want to do it in the most thoughtful and humane way possible. I think we all agree on that. I think we also all agree, and I think the mayor's budget memo articulated this. I think the votes we took at priority setting supported this. We want to improve conditions today, right now, for our unhoused neighbors. We want to materially improve the daily conditions that they're living in by significantly increasing our investment in porta potties and hand washing and regular trash removal, social services outreach, and services that we can actually provide cost effectively to a lot of people. And I think we can do that. I think the path we're headed down is doing that at greater scale for more people without needing to officially sanction, here's where you can camp. And in fact, I'll just say, the proposal that I put forward during priority setting was anticipating this very debate and said maybe the smarter way forward right now is to identify setbacks where we can say, if you're camping here, it's going to get abated. Let's just articulate this now, and maybe that will even reduce abatements. And then in the remaining areas, which we're not officially sanctioning, we're just trying to reduce the abatement that happens outside of those special buffer zones or setback areas. We're going to bring as many services, as many resources to bear as we can, and we're going to do it for as many people as possible, rather than piling a bunch of focus on what might help 100 people or 200 people. Let's try to get those services out to the thousands of people who live on our streets. So I still come back to the idea that setbacks services approach is a probably lower risk, more cost effective, more pragmatic way that forces fewer negative trade-offs and materially improves the conditions on the streets for our unhoused neighbors and benefits the whole community. I think it's the best balance of all the different interests we have here. Now, if we can figure out with the county or a philanthropic organization and a piece of land how to do a pilot sanctioned encampment to prove a new model that we figure out that works better here than it's worked in any other city that's tried it, I'll vote for that. But that's unfortunately not what I'm hearing tonight. It's not what I'm seeing. And so at this point, my motion is going to be a substitute motion to move my memo and the mayor's memo. And to the extent that staff can just fold the analysis that I was requesting into what the mayor's asking for, I am very happy with that. I don't think my memo should be a straitjacket. It's simply articulating a need to concretely identify the trade-offs that would be involved in moving forward with a pilot sanctioned encampment. So that is my motion.
Second.
All right, motion and second, either Councilmember Davis or Esparza, one of the two. I'll let Tony figure that out. All right, thank you. Councilmember Perales?
Yeah, thank you. Just gonna try to pull up the little timer here. Okay, great. And so thank you, staff, as well, for coming forward with this strategy, giving us some options. And thank you to Councilmember Foley and Cohen for the motion, the initial motion, which I could support, but I'll obviously speak in general as well in regards to what's on the table. And I know that all of us on the council are genuinely interested in ending homelessness. And certainly in addressing the challenges that we see with those that are experiencing homelessness and out in encampments. And so I know that, you know, sort of everybody coming from that genuine interest, right? We may differ in some of the approach. And personally, for me, I've been asking for some time that we explore sanctioned encampments back in 2015 and 2016, 2018. In 2020, specifically on private property, which, by the way, I have another site that has been presented to me by a property owner in District 3. And so, indeed, if someone has any potential sites for a pilot, it may very well be me in District 3. And if anybody's still beating a horse, it's likely me as well, because I don't personally think it's dead just yet. And this year in March, I issued another memo again that spurred this recent effort and conversation, and came prepared with a site already in mind where there had been some legwork already being done, as Councilmember Esparza was asking about. And so it's safe to say that I have been eager to add this tool to our toolbox. I've also been clear, and I'll be clear again, that I recognize sanction encampments are not the answer to ending homelessness, and they should not be a #1 priority for us. And at the same time, I do think they should be an option. And specifically, I'd like to remove us from the current cycle that we've been in on the way that we have managed and addressed unsanctioned encampments with repeated abatements and essentially this cyclical, terrible cycle that really I don't think pleases anybody. And at the same time, I recognize the realities of the challenges, and staff. This is not the first time that I've personally heard it. It's right. I recognize that the realities of the challenges. I've always kind of felt that there is a way where we have sort of the great minds on our city staff here to be able to find a path forward. And obviously, I think that this is where we have an opportunity today to continue to explore that. We've ran into challenges before, as staff is pointed out, in regards to things like not finding an operator to help us run these sites, or running into issues not being able to identify locations. All realistic challenges, but the reality is, in my mind, I am not interested in giving up on this, especially with, I think, an opportunity to potentially pilot and show that we could be successful on a site here in District 3. And I appreciate my colleagues that are willing to step up and say that they would be willing to help with that and identify locations in their district as well. In regards to, I think, resorting back to sort of the status quo, or even the approach that Councilmember Mahan has pointed out, I think what's flawed there is that it still only points to locations in the city where people cannot encamp, and it still leaves open essentially everywhere else in the city is open game for abatement. It just says that some sites will be prioritized. It doesn't necessarily say there are locations that won't be, and so it doesn't give anybody any indication of where they could go. And rest assured, people in the community will be demanding abatements everywhere. They're not going to care to follow whatever sort of priority process may exist there. And I think, staff is saying that if we move forward today with the memorandum that they put forward, that there's still months of work ahead, which includes obviously the big sort of decision, which would be funding, and that decision would have to happen by next month. Staff indicates that they would have to staff up by August and then return by the end of this year with a work plan. The end of the calendar year with a work plan. In my mind, this allows us plenty of time to be able to create a thoughtful sanction encampment, or should we not call it that, and identify what we want to call a humanitarian zone program. That be able to create that and be able to pilot that, meaning pilot, so we're not necessarily having to roll such a robust program out. But I believe that gives us plenty of time to be able to do that. And at the same time, I think, and this is what I appreciated in the original motion, was that it did incorporate the mayor's recommendations numbers 1 and 2. Because I do believe those are great recommendations, and that we should be doing something like that, and we could actually implement that more immediately. We have source sites today. If we began to sort of shift these source sites to try and address some of the challenges that we see with our traditional unsanctioned encampment and abatement programs, and that's again my interest, not wanting to return to that, and we're already sort of starting that out now, unfortunately. But that's what I appreciate about the recommendations for the mayor, and could support both of those to see, indeed, is there a hybrid approach? Is there something that we can get to? But meanwhile, I am not interested in stopping the progress on getting to a pilot sanction encampment, because there's no telling that whatever we do with the source sites is actually going to work. And in fact, we know that the biggest flaw with the source sites is that any and all of them can be abated. And so they don't necessarily, even if you get a couple months, they don't necessarily give any assurance. And so I know we've prioritized to add additional source sites in the budget, but all of those source sites that we have today, and even the ones that we may potentially add, could all essentially be abated. And the worst part about the source sites, at least today, this would be something I'd like to be able to change as well. But at least today, we don't identify the sites. We allow them to be identified by our unhoused community. And so who's to say that they don't know that they're picking a site that maybe there is going to be some construction within the next couple months, and we go out there and create a source site out of it, but then ultimately have to abate it, and that's already happened. We've already abated source sites this past year. We have one of the largest sites. We've got estimated up to 300 people living along the Guadalupe River Parkway, and that is currently identified as a source site. But we know that we already have demands from the FAA that we abate that site. And that's a significant number of people. And obviously, and I do appreciate the mayor's efforts, and he is a man of his word, and he's stood next to me at a number of these community meetings to take a lot of heat and arrows as we've tried to identify solutions, like what we're trying to identify with this Lot E over by the police station. And but even still, right, we're not going to be able to rehouse all of those individuals that are going to ultimately be abated in what is today a source site. And so I don't necessarily see the source sites either as sort of the silver bullet here. None of this is. Are they good? Absolutely. In my mind, do they help us towards our end goal of ending homelessness? They do. I would differ in opinion from Councilmember Esparza on that these by no means should be where we're prioritizing our efforts. But when we are continually going through and abating individuals with the uprootment, the trauma that causes, we've heard from individuals on the spikes of mental health that happen through that. We are, in my mind, exacerbating the problem and not providing the proper service to those community members. So in essence, we're also not helping to end homelessness by doing what we're currently doing today. And I think everybody sort of agrees with that. It's just, what do we do next is what the challenge is. And so I absolutely can support in the interim that we look at this source site model, determine how we can't make that more robust, and maybe that's something that we can continue on. And at the same time, I'm not interested, though, in, for instance, the mayor's recommendation number 6, which is simply to decline to deploy sanctioned encampments. I'm not against an analysis of data. The mayor provided a robust list in his item number 3, which I know was not included in the original motion. And then Councilmember Mahan's memo that's currently on the table denotes a lot of asks. So I do have a question for staff in that regard. What do you foresee as far as staff, time to be able to actually go through and answer the questions posed by Councilmember Mahan and the mayor to provide that kind of robust reporting back? What is a timeline for that, staff time on that? And since I'm out of time, I'll ask another question while I'm at it. And the question is, could we not, we've got some identified dollars based on the priority on the source sites, expanding those. Could we not, if we're just looking at a pilot here, could we not scrape off, some of those dollars? That would mean maybe minimizing the expansion of some of the source sites, which I would be willing to do because I see them as nearly one and the same as what we're trying to do with the sanctioned encampments. So could that be an option for where we can find resources? Those are my questions. Thanks.
Thanks for your questions, Councilmember. So the first question, just responding to some of the questions in the mayor's memo and Councilmember Mahan's memo. To be honest, I think it gives me a little bit of a stomachache to have to think about doing another staff report and staff memo.
Can I save you some of the ache? Because you've answered some of the questions already.
I did. I tried to, Mayor, address some of your questions.
And I think all these questions you can already answer verbally. So I'm not expecting you to go do some homework. I just want the council to actually hear the answers, because we have new members of the council, or council members have just joined in the last 3 or 4 years. who weren't part of that experience in 2015, 16. And as I've just heard, one of them just articulated, he believes we never actually tried this. In fact, we did. And that's part of the problem. I just feel like people don't have all the information. So if you want to answer verbally, that's fine with me.
I will say that, and I think I also mentioned this in the staff report, that over the last year in our COVID response, the homeless team lost 3 members of staff because they can go work in other cities and make more money and do a fraction of the work. And this last year, 2020, was tremendously hard for our homeless response team. And I can't, thank them enough for their hard work. That team is
Can I interject there and just make sure that you hear it from us? I just want to say thank you. That's all based on your comment you just said. I know that we haven't said it enough in this commentary because we've been kind of bogged down on the issues here. But hearing that from you, obviously recognizing the work that you all go through, and especially you yourself, because we're sort of always engaging with you. I just wanted to be able to say thank you to you and your team, because I didn't start off with that specifically to yourself and to the team that does this work. So hearing that, I just wanted to be able to sorry for interrupting, but I wanted to say thank you.
Thanks. And I just want to say, the team that's left right now is Kelly and Vanessa. And so to do, more work, that's why we're asking for, in our memo, here's the resources we need to do more work, because the stage that we're at, we're still in this funky stage of, we're still in an active COVID response. We're still running temporary shelters, but at the same time, we're preparing for a COVID-19 recovery phase that, in my opinion, will be harder than the year 2020 and our COVID response. The housing department is working on our response to the eviction cliff. We have to demobilize South Hall Shelter that right now has 270 individuals enrolled there. We have to demobilize 13 hotels across the county. And where are we going to house the thousands of people that are currently in our temporary shelters and hotels? And so this is the work that Kelly and Vanessa and myself are doing right now. So to do more work, a cost analysis, we just need more staff. We need more resources because we just don't have it anymore, you guys.
Is that 325,000? Would that include this ask that Councilmember Mahan is asking for? Or I know you didn't know about that ahead of time. So, or would you need more to do that additional analysis that Councilmember Mahan is asking for?
I think we could do it with the staff that we recommend in our memo.
Okay, great. And if you could just answer the second question that I had, which was, is there any funding that we could scrape off of the dollars that we slated for the expansion of source sites?
Thanks for repeating your question because I had forgotten it. So, that I will say that the trade-off there, because the SOAR program has housing resources attached to it, rapid rehousing, reserved shelter beds, motel vouchers, and that's the largest cost of the SOAR program, are those housing resources. So the trade-off to scrape off some funding from the expansion of the SOAR program means we're choosing not to fund those shelter beds or those motel vouchers or housing problem solving. So I guess that's the trade-off. And you as policymakers can certainly make that decision.
But it really means that you leave people in these facilities with no place to go. And really that's the structure that the housing department and Reagan and her team and Kelly and Vanessa have been working on is, how do we move people through the systems? What we know is that just by creating a simple place where people can stay does not solve homelessness, does not get people moving anywhere else. And so hence why the connection with those other housing resources is really to, move people along. We free up a bed, a new person can come in.
Councilor Pross, we can come back to you. We got a few more folks with hands up.
Yep, no, thank you.
Yeah. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you. I want to thank my colleagues for the robust discussion. I know we have had this discussion multiple times, and I do want to thank you, Reagan and Kelly and Vanessa, for all your work. And in particular, I know I've had a couple of sites that have been pretty intensive. And so for some of my colleagues who aren't aware, Councilmember Esparza mentioned it, that 2 council members had offered sites in their districts for a sanctioned encampment. And I don't think I've told you all kind of how that went. It was February and March of 2019, and Jackie and Reagan remember this very well and worked very hard for a month and a half to ensure that the site, this was when Hope Village had to move from the airport, again, because of the FAA, from by the airport. And there was a site, water district site, that was paved and was just waiting for a construction project. By the way, it still is. That I identified in my district as a potential for Hope Village. Now, Hope Village was, what was it, 10 or 12 tents and 14 people? Is that right, Jackie? Something like that. All of whom were over the age of 50, and the oldest person in that site at that time was 92.
And mostly women.
And mostly women, and the men who were in that site were employed. And we spent 6 weeks on figuring out a plan for safety and sanitation and services for those residents to go on that site, which is a fenced site, and started doing outreach for the neighbors who caught wind of it before we had the plan fully baked. And I wanted to go out to the neighborhood with a plan fully baked so that I could say, we've thought of all these things so that it will be safe for you and for the Hope Village clients. And I can't use the term that I would normally use to describe what kind of show it was when we actually had the community meeting, but I think you guys know that it starts with SH. And it was a total and complete disaster. And the residents were, the neighbors were, I would say outraged. I don't even know exactly how to describe it. And it required the permission of the water district to go forward with that site. And they descended on a water district meeting, and I think it was a committee meeting because they have a committee on homelessness. And I think there were at least 40 people there, and convinced the water district to say no, not to do it. So I had been just like you, Councilmember Cohen, where every day I had half a dozen to a dozen people calling and emailing in and saying, why aren't you doing something about homelessness? Why aren't you doing something about homelessness? And so I thought, as long as I do this in the right way and ensure, again, safety, sanitation, and services, and Jackie knows very well, those 3 S's were every single discussion we had, to ensure that those things were in place, that the neighbors would say, yes, we were okay with that because you are doing the things that we've asked you to do, and you're doing something about homelessness, which we've asked you to do. That is not what's going to happen if you put forward a site in your district. There's much more discussion that needs to happen, and it has to happen before there's a site identified. And after there's a site identified, it doesn't matter how much outreach you have done. You will be accused of not doing enough outreach, because nobody wants it by their house. Nobody wants to walk their kids past it when they're asking you to do something about it. And I'm honestly, I'm speaking from the heart here. I'm probably going to get blasted on social media for this, but when they're asking you to do something about homelessness, they're asking you to get rid of it in their neighborhoods. They're not asking you to do something that is providing safety and sanitation and services. And I will tell you, I think the colleagues who were on the council at that time know that I was a proponent of sanctioned encampments, and I took the mayor's challenge and found a site and did the work with Jackie and Reagan and their team to try to make it as awesome as possible, and to do the outreach with the community and to bring them along, and it went nowhere, and it was a huge waste of time. And everything that Councilmember Esparza said, I completely agree with. I learned a lot from that experience, and I spent the next year, I put a presentation together and spent the next year in living rooms, in my residents' living rooms, talking to them about homelessness and the other solutions that were available. And there are a lot of people who want us to do something about homelessness. And when you ask them the question about what they want, if it had to be in their neighborhood, what they want, sanctioned encampments was rarely on the list. I did, I don't know, over a dozen of those meetings over the course of a year. And one time it came up. And one of the callers tonight was one of the people there and was pushing it. So I have since come to understand and really appreciate we have a dual role. We want to help people who are on the streets, people who are unhoused. We want to and we need to help our homeless residents. But we also have to address the neighborhood's concerns and their needs and wants. And they do have all the concerns that Councilmember Esparza talked about. They write in, they talk about fires, they talk about safety issues and just disruptions. Think about having a crappy neighbor who is not always completely clothed. I've gotten pictures of that, who is going to the bathroom outside your backyard fence and leaving it there, who is swearing on a regular basis or fighting with a domestic partner. All of this is outside in your backyard, you know, right across the fence, and you're letting your kids out to play in the afternoons. I mean, these things are happening every day. So when we're saying we don't want to do abatements, we're saying to those neighbors who are experiencing that that's okay. So I feel really conflicted because every time I drive by the encampments on Lalong Street, I have conflicting feelings. It breaks my heart that many people are out on the street and don't have a home. And I also hate the way it looks when I come home. My parents just visited from out of town. When I come home with guests and they have to see how messy looking our city is because of that, because these encampments have grown with stuff over time. So I'm supportive of the substitute motion, but I would maybe just for Reagan's peace of mind suggest that maybe we drop the mayor's items 3 and 5, because she did, I read the mayor's memo beforehand, and she addressed most, if not all of those in her presentation. If you're okay with that, Councilmember Mahan, that would be my suggestion. And I'm okay if you are. I would appreciate adding if there's any way, Reagan, if you have the capacity to investigate the storage options as part of item number 2. Is that a reasonable ask?
Remind me, what's item number 2?
So item
Councilmember?
number 2 is about the expanded SOAR sites having additional notice if there's going to be an abatement.
Yeah, so our current SOAR program will be launching a pilot street-based storage program that is not associated with an abatement. It's just a place where people can store their belongings and also receive some case management at the storage site. However, with the abatement program, we do have storage of people's personal belongings, and we went through quite a long process working with those who are unsheltered and some of our community advocates on really defining what is personal property and explicitly stating that in our abatement protocols. So the staff who does abatements is trained on what personal property is. There's a process for bagging and storing personal property and a process for collecting personal property during an abatement or after an abatement.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Then I think it sounds like we don't need to put that in the motion then. So I did, the one thing I understand, I see my time has everyone who,
No, we'll, since everybody's gone over, I'll let you talk a bit longer and then we'll go to Vice Mayor Jones hasn't spoken yet.
okay, thank you. And I'll be quick, Vice Mayor. I just have one more comment or question. So we have SOAR sites right now. We have, I think they're called multidisciplinary sites. We have sites that are basically Beautify SJ sites is kind of how I think of them. And then we have other sites that are not getting any kind of level of services. Do we have any data on the effectiveness of those sites? And I would say effectiveness in 3 areas. Obviously, the most important metric, people at those sites who have been moved to either transitional or permanent housing. The calls for service like PD and fire at those sites. And then the third thing would be complaints to homeless concerns about those sites. Do we have like comparative data on those?
Hi, council members. So I think with Beautify San Jose and that COVID response that really launched in June for providing trash service at around 200 or so encampments in San Jose. We also, with that effort, Beautify San Jose started doing visual site assessments at some encampments, sort of to measure the level of cleanliness and are we providing the right level of service at the right location at the right time. And Beautify San Jose takes our homeless concerns complaint data and does the best they can to align it with their Beautify San Jose data. One of the problems we're trying to correct is the data that the homeless concerns hotline collects isn't necessarily associated with a geo map or a latitude and longitude. It's
Right,
just
okay.
the complaints we receive are like on North First Street on the west side by the oak tree, but you know, so
Yeah, okay,
it's
got it.
really hard to align that data. We're trying to fix that. So long story short, we haven't aligned all of those data points, and we are collecting the police and fire data, but even that data has not proven easy to integrate into that Beautify San Jose database. So we are trying, but it's just, so long answer to your question is we have those data points, but not in a collective map or combined together, if you will.
Yeah, got it. Okay, thank you. Mayor, this might be a place for one of those fellows that you are able to magically bring into the city. I don't know how you do that, but with outside funding, this might be a great place for one of those data fellows to come in
Yes.
and help the housing department.
Fortunately, smarter people than I are working on just that. So thank you.
Excellent. All
Yes.
right. Thank
Thank
you. And I want to thank my colleagues for indulging me. My view of sanctioned encampments has changed over time, and it's because of, as I think the term is lived experience. So lived experience as a council member with that issue in my district. And so that's why I'll be supporting the substitute motion, and I would not be able to support the underlying motion.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Jones?
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to say to Jackie and Reagan, I know I told you personally, and now I'm going to say publicly, how much I admire and respect the hard work and what you've accomplished. When you gave those numbers of people that you placed in housing, first I had to make sure I heard it right. I mean, outstanding job in terms of what you do and what you've accomplished. And your whole team is just, I have such respect for you. I was around in 2015, and actually it was a memo that I put out with Councilmember Carrasco, Nguyen, and Rocha that gave staff direction to do an analysis and identify sanctioned encampment sites. So I'm very familiar with, what motivated us to do that at that time. It was the same issues, Councilmember Cohen, that you're bringing up now, where we were abating the encampments and the homeless population would just move to a different location and then come right back, and it was costing the city money. It was causing disruption and despair for our homeless population, and it just wasn't working. So we gave staff direction to identify and move forward with a sanctioned encampment. They did a significant analysis. They tried to find a service provider. They tried to identify a site. And as Councilmember Davis and has spoken to, and Councilmember Jimenez can speak to a very similar experience, and Councilmember Perales can also speak to similar experiences. When you announce a site that you're going to have hundreds of residents coming out in protest and opposition. If you're moving forward, or if you want to advocate and push for a sanctioned encampment, you have to be able to say, I'm going to push to have that sanctioned encampment in my district and live with that. Because I can tell you that once that's announced, once the site is announced, that you're gonna go through hell. I'm focused on a couple of things, goals and outcomes. I want to eliminate sweeps. I want to provide services and support for our homeless residents. I want to protect the homeless, and I want to protect the surrounding community. Reagan or Jackie, can you walk me through the operational and functional differences between a SOAR site and a sanctioned encampment, so that I could understand how each one of those options fits my goals and outcomes?
Thanks, Councilmember. So for the SOAR program, we do provide that basic level of hygiene and trash support. But then we layer on additional support, which is that more intensive street-based case management and linkages to services, as well as what costs the most about the SOAR program is those housing resources that I mentioned. The SOAR program, however, doesn't prevent an abatement. And as our EOC protocols have, laid out, if there are right-of-way blockages or safety concerns, a site can be abated. So I think when you sanction an encampment, you're saying it's legally okay for people to camp here. And I think the concerns are when you legally say it's okay for someone to camp here, then you are probably required to provide some level of health and safety measures that address health and safety concerns.
Above and beyond what we would provide at a high level for a source site?
Potentially. So, I don't think we've walked through all of the scenarios or the policy options with our city attorney, but I think, at first blush, there was talk of, well, for a sanctioned encampment, should we fence the perimeter as a way to control access to the site, and as a safety measure, add that private security. And that fencing perimeter and that private security is not currently provided at source sites.
So probably the biggest difference is a sanctioned encampment would have a higher level of safety and security. Would that be-
Potentially, in that, we would have to address some health and habitability issues, whether that's in the structures or defining that people have to have access to water, electricity. So potentially, but again, we haven't done that analysis with our city attorney.
What about just we talked about how there's a potential to abate a source site. Even if we have a sanctioned encampment and say it's just not working, wouldn't we be able to shut it down, wouldn't we? I mean, it's not like a sanctioned encampment is a permanent facility or location.
Well,
I'm just trying to understand when.
yeah, for me, that gets a little trickier, council member, because if we have a sanctioned encampment, and we had a fenced perimeter and we had on-site security and we went through the process to have an on-site service provider and we had a contract with them, I guess I'm not sure we could abate a sanctioned encampment with 72 hours notice like we do other abatements.
But we could abate it with a longer time period, whether it's a month or 3 months.
Reagan, do you want me to answer that?
Yeah, if you have any insights on.
I think, council member, I think it would depend, or vice mayor, I'm sorry. I think it would depend on how the program for the sanctioned encampment was set up, and whether or not that wasn't left as a potential option, and if so, under what conditions and those types of things. So it's without identification of what the sanctioned encampment proposal and details were, it's difficult to respond to that.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that. Just the reason why I'm asking is I'm really trying to understand the specific distinctions between the source site and the sanctioned encampment, above and beyond some of the legal issues that have been brought up. Jackie or Reagan, can you walk me through a timeline? I know you gave the first initial parts of the timeline, but can you walk me through the timeline of the whole process from if we voted to direct you to move forward with a sanctioned encampment to an actual grand opening or ribbon cutting of the actual site? Can you walk me through that timeline?
And Reagan, as you think of that, I would like you to include the hiring time for just to get somebody
All
on.
of that.
Because
all
that,
of
would
that.
take- I mean, unfortunately, that would take some time as well.
I mean, I think we're aggressive and optimistic in saying we could have staff in place by August.
Right?
And then saying we would come back to you before the end of the year with a work plan. But, you know, that will be a work plan where we outline, here's the timeline where we develop the policy. Think about an ordinance. What would that ordinance say? Anytime you develop a new ordinance, you know, you have to do community outreach. So I think realistically, by the time we did that, in addition to, you know, finding an operator and going through a required procurement process, it's could be several months to a year. And I cringe when I say that because I sound like a bureaucrat who doesn't understand the urgency of people who are living outside.
No, we all recognize and realize you understand the urgency. The reason why I asked that question is, at least from all the different steps and milestones that you've described and what I have in my head, I can't envision anything happening before the latter part of next year, more than a year out.
And
Because you left out the whole community process.
well, and
I'm sorry, Jackie.
we have a site, right? I mean, so when we come up with the parameters, if you recall when we first did this and we had parameters, the first basic line of concern that the community came up with was the parameters to begin with. Not wanting anything near schools, parks, residential. And so if we have a process where the community gets engaged, then the parameters of where we can site just shrink and shrink and shrink. And, you know, we're a city, so we have residential everywhere, and that's what makes it really challenging for us to locate viable sites. And certainly, you know, we would need the cooperation of, and obviously the council's interested in it, but we'd need the cooperation of all the council members in locating and then participating in these meetings, because they're very challenging. They're very challenging, and we need your support to get them done.
Thank you, Jackie. And Mayor, I know I'm over my time, so I'm gonna, I'll raise my hand again and loop back around next
Okay.
cycle.
Yep. All right. Thank you. We'll come back around. One issue, loose thread. There was a friendly amendment to Councilmember Mahan's motion that was made by Councilmember Davis. And I just want to understand at this point, Councilmember Davis, with regard to the storage issue, are you satisfied that's already been addressed, or should that be included?
Yes, that's been addressed. The other friendly amendment was to drop items 3 and 5 from your memo. And I think you had already said to Reagan that she had addressed them. So I just wanted to formalize that.
Yeah. And Councilmember Mahan, I assume that's okay with you?
Yeah, that is, and just as a point of clarification for Reagan's stress levels, she might have used the word heartburn earlier. I did want to also just clarify that, you know, the intent of my memo was simply to say, if we were moving forward with a pilot sanction encampment, this is the analysis I would want to see from staff for personally. So assuming this does pass, reading all of the mayor's memo, including item 6, I don't think that would necessarily be invoked. So I don't want the implication to be here that there's a bunch of analysis and reporting that needs to come back if this motion were to move forward. That is not my intent. So hopefully that's clear. Happy to further clarify if helpful.
Can you repeat that, please?
Yes, so my intention is that the cost benefit analysis and identifying the trade-offs that we discussed would only be relevant it would only be a requirement in the event that we were actually contemplating moving forward with a sanctioned encampment. But given that the mayor's memo states that we would not be moving forward at this time, essentially, I'm not sure that it requires a lengthy analysis and report right now from staff at this moment. It's more articulating that it should be council policy that if we were to move forward with a pilot, that analysis ought to be done. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Next up, I believe Councilmember Jimenez has not yet spoken.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Appreciate the clarification, Councilmember Mayhew. I had some questions about that, and also was going to ask a question around what part of the mayor's memo was included. So I appreciate the clarification. I just have some questions and then very, very few comments because I feel personally like we've been here before. This seems a little like deja vu to me. So a few of the questions I have is the first one is and if you don't have the numbers, Jackie, and I apologize, I don't know this already, or Reagan, but do we know how much we spend on abatements every year? Like a rough number? I'm just trying to wrap my head around sort of the impact of that. And the reason I'm asking is it stood out to me, as it relates to some of the comments that Councilmember Cohen was making, right? That assuming we had sanction encampments, we weren't abating, there'd be theoretically some cost savings there. So I'm just trying to think through, like, what is that amount, if you have a sense of it?
The general fund allocation for abatements is 1.5 million.
And again, just to temper expectations, if we went forward with this an encampment, I do not see us stopping abatements because we will continue to get calls for the one person, the two
Right.
person that is sitting outside somebody's business or home or mobile home park that people will want abated. So I just don't think we're going to see any savings there because we will not stop getting those phone calls because we open up one encampment of 100 people. It's just not going to happen.
And I will say it's an important point, Jackie, that you make, that council prioritized on March 23rd that there should be no encampments near schools. And so we will be abating and have been abating near schools. So abatements won't go away. As Jackie said, there will be a need to clear right-of-ways, clear trails, clear sites near schools. We also have that thing called Baykeeper Settlement where we do have to clear sites in our 3 project areas. So abatements aren't going away. They will just be now managed by Beautify San Jose. And part of that more comprehensive strategy of encampment management that council prioritized during the roadmap exercise.
Okay, yeah, point well made. I understand what you're saying. It makes sense to me. All right. The other question I had, and this is for Councilmember Cohen, and then a question for Councilmember Foley is and going to Councilmember Cohen first. Councilmember Cohen, do you have a site in mind? Because I know that was obviously something that I think Councilmember Esparza sort of put out there as a challenge, so to speak, right? And so do you have a site in mind?
I have a couple sites in mind. I mean, we haven't had a conversation with staff, but there are sites in District 4 that we've talked about where, I mean, again, this goes back to the distinction between the gray line between what's a source site and what's a sanctioned encampment, right? I mean, maybe I spoke a little bit too much in saying that there's a real distinction in my mind. I think there's a level of service at source sites that we can offer that's a little higher than we offer now. And there's sites in my district that I think can handle a few more people than they currently have that can be source sites with higher levels of services. And, I don't want to bring things up right here in this public forum, but I'm perfectly happy to talk with staff about sites in my district that we've discussed that could be potential sites.
Cool, thank you. Councilmember Foley, do you have any sites in District 9 that you think you'd want to put out there and explore?
My staff and I have talked about different locations that are mostly held by other public entities, so it would be something interjurisdictional that we'd have to do.
Yeah.
But there are a couple of places in mind, and one's not far from me, but it's worth investigating. But no, not specifically tied up yet.
Okay, all right. And then a question for staff, I know, I've brought it up on occasion, and and this is related to the bridge housing communities in District 2. I'd like to think that my team and I have done everything possible to, once it was approved and moving forward, to make it a success, and we try to lift it up as a model, that's successful in transitioning people out of homelessness and things of that nature. But there was no community process with that. with that, the installation of those 2 bridge housing communities. So I guess what I wonder is, given that we're still in the pandemic, assuming we move forward with a pilot location in District 4, in District 9, wherever, right, District 3, would, in your mind, would it require a public process? Or would we simply say, these are the locations, we're moving forward with it, let's do it? Or how would that take place?
So, we certainly were able to do that under the pandemic, given the nature of the pandemic, and certainly it's under council's discretion. If you give us the direction, we in order for us to do AB 2176, we declare a shelter crisis. So that is the side of the health crisis that we're facing now. So if you all chose to say, given that we have a shelter crisis, staff, you don't need to do any outreach. We select a site and you just move forward with citing it. That's under your discretion to direct us to do that. It just has not been what the council has asked us to do in previous discussions around sanction encampments, and mostly because we had dreadful experience the first time, frankly, that the amount of outrage from the community was so strong and swift that there was in the previous council a belief that we could do more engagement.
All right. And by the way, I'm not suggesting that's the way to go. No community process. I don't think it played out well. And that was one of the reasons I voted against it. It's just because it was very challenging for me, and I'm sure any other council member, to go through a process like that. But I was just asking, just getting a sense as to what would be possible. Those are really my questions. I just wanted to say that I think when I said at the outset of my comments that this is a little, deja vu, I feel like we have in fact been here before. We've gone in circles, danced around this topic many times. Many of us, including myself and Councilmember Davis, and I'm sure Councilmember Peralez and a few others, have these battle scars for some of these debates that have happened in very public, large forums. And I know these are not easy issues. I agree with Councilmember Esparza's comment. I think it's been said, and this is understood, that we need to work towards ending homeless. I totally agree with that. And I think Councilmember Peralez said that his comment was, I think we all agree on that. And I agree with that statement. But I also know we need to manage it, right? And that's part of the challenge, and that's the space in which we're talking about. And I can also appreciate the concerns and the frustration, not at staff, but just at the process and just where we are as a community, as a country, quite frankly, as it relates to the topic of homelessness. So I feel for Councilmember Cohen and Councilmember Foley as they poke around trying to find these solutions, right? Which I'm sympathetic to. I understand, that I thought about this as Councilmember who the heck was talking? Councilmember Davis was talking. And just her heartfelt expression in talking about some of the folks that are living on the streets. And I always describe to my residents that, look, the folks that call us to abate some of the unhoused folks that may or may not be creating some issues in the community. But I always explain to them that there's this, and I think we're living it right here during this conversation, but it is that inherent tension between doing right in the minds of our housed residents, right? The people that, I'm sure tell us day in, day out that they pay taxes, they deserve a clean community, on and on. But that tension, serving them while at the same time acknowledging the humanity of the people that are living on the streets. And that is a very big challenge. It's difficult. These are not easy things we're grappling with, and I, I sometimes wish that some of the residents that call us could live a day in our shoes fielding some of these questions so they could fully understand the deep and challenging dynamics that are part of these discussions. I'll be supporting the motion on the floor. I actually, prior to clarification from Councilmember Mahan, I wasn't going to support it because I was thinking, I heard Reagan talk about her heartburn, and I wasn't interested in having her go in and studying more things. But I appreciate the clarification, Councilmember Mahan. So I will be supporting it. I also had some questions about what was included in the mayor's memo, and glad that some of those other things came out, but supportive of expanding the SOAR services and things of that nature, because I think, I think there's some strides to be made in that space, and I don't think we've really seen the full fruits of that labor. So anyhow, difficult topic, but I think every time we discuss it, we dig a little deeper into it, and hopefully, in my mind, chip away at it a little bit to bring us closer to a resolution at some point in the not too distant future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. We're going to go back around. I have a couple questions to jump in here with. Councilmember Cohen, I understand your concern is you seem to juxtapose sanction encampments against abatements. I think you've probably heard that it's a bit of a false choice because we're going to be stuck with abatements as long as we're going to be responding to fires or to criminal activity or disruptions or people living in the right of way or at schools or whatever it might be. Does it address the concern enough that we would have SOAR sites with supplemental services? And I'd be interested in knowing more which supplemental services you believe are important here, where we would have a 60-day, 90-day period, 2 to 3 months, something along that period of time, to actually give people notice if there's a need to disband the encampment. And I say that because I think, as you know, many of the sanctioned encampment programs that work in other cities, they actually do move the sanctioned encampments from lot to lot. They're all intentionally temporary for 6 months at a time or whatever. And so if there is sort of this due process of sorts that we say, we're going to give you notice, does that address any of those concerns?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Obviously, the problem with this discussion is that it's very complicated for us to try to figure out the exact solution in this forum, because as you pointed out, I think it's when you write a memo and make a motion like this, it becomes very specific when maybe it shouldn't be, right? I mean, my feeling is that I don't think that I intended, and I'll just say from my perspective, I didn't intend that we're saying we have specific sites that we're saying are the permanent sites forever, that we are suggesting that we have to go and find a new place. We have sites where people are. My thinking is by going out and identifying more sites, by allowing some of those sites to expand so that more people on those sites, we can get more people on those sites so that when we have abatements, we have places to put people, and that if we have enough services that are going to provide some security for the community around them and for the people living there, that we've achieved the goals that I'm setting out to achieve. I always hate being over prescriptive. So if it came across over prescriptive, then I apologize. But the answer is, one of the things that was in the level, some of the things that were in the level 2 supported. I think level 1 is already, pretty much covered in the current source sites, right? I mean, that's pretty similar to core source sites. So in the staff memo, level 2 had some things that I thought were important. For example, some of the fire, and I don't know if we have specific solutions yet on that, but some of the fire pits or something to make fires more safe, fire extinguishers, because we know that fires are a big problem. So adding some of those services, I mean, of course, I'd love the idea of having some solar power available for people, but whether we can do that at too many source sites, I don't know. But there are some things in that level 2 that I'd like to keep on the table as we look for additional source sites. And as we look for additional source sites, and I was going to ask some of these questions in my, when we get to me, I can ask some more detailed questions about how we would identify those sites and what size they'd be and what the time frames are and all those kind of questions. But I think it can be addressed. I think that we're kind of close. I don't think that the difference between a sanctioned encampment and a source site is important in my mind. What was important in my mind was services for people who are living in those camps and things that are making the community around them safer, given that they're there. And given that we're trying to minimize abatement, even though we won't eliminate abatement. But back to your question about the 60 to 90 day notice, it strikes me that in many cases, the abatements occur because of immediate safety issues. And so it seems that we'd have a lot of exceptions to that 60 to 90 day notice, right? I mean, in this case with the fire in my district last week with all those engines, they basically came and said, well, we now have to remove this encampment. We're not going to give 60 day notice and move it. So I'm not convinced that the 60 to 90 day notice ends up being as useful. I think it's good in some instances, and we should have that as a goal, but I'm not convinced it will be applicable often enough to be a major improvement.
Okay, fair enough. I guess you can see where I'm going. I'm trying to see if you, by incorporating some of those elements in level 2 for us to look at in source sites, does that really get us there to something that's functionally equivalent? Your point's well taken. There's no assurance with this notice requirement. Obviously, if stuff's getting burned down, the rules change. And I would be the first to admit that. And I think most of us probably would say the same in our own districts. I just think that really is not a significant functional difference, because the reality is that even a sanctioned encampment, if there's 3 fires in 1 week, there's probably going to be something that changes pretty dramatically. I guess what I really want to address is, there was a statement was made earlier, and I don't think the intention was malicious in any way or disparaging in any way of staff. But I just want to make sure it's absolutely clear, because there's a lot of people watching who may not know as well as we know. And the statement was, we keep going back to the status quo. And I just want to say, with this housing team, with Jackie and Reagan and Kelly and Vanessa, and unfortunately, I know there are probably others that I should be naming, but there aren't many more because it's such a small team. But under this staff, just since the last time we were talking about sanctioned encampments, in a matter of a couple months, we tripled the number of shelter beds in the city, during the pandemic. We've implemented 2 transitional tiny home communities, never tried that. In fact, we were the first in the state to do it legally, because we had to go get legislation to go do it. And then we led the way, and now it's becoming a model for other cities. We built 3 emergency housing communities, and contrary to assertions that it takes too long to build housing, 3 to 4 years, yes, it does. We built 3 of these in 10 months, and they're now housing more than 300 people. And I should also say, I just talked to a person who was head of a nonprofit in San Francisco, came down to visit, one Chris Block, who said, God, we got to be doing this all over San Francisco. We've implemented a homelessness prevention program, and this is with partners, of course, with the county, Destination Home, and others. But a model homelessness prevention program has helped thousands of people stay housed. We've converted 2 motels well before the governor ever announced this as a big program with home key or room key or anything else. We've developed a source site program, and also PRNS and lots of other folks. Thank you, Olympia, for all your work. So a lot of other folks working on this. These are all innovations that we have implemented in a relatively short period of time, because we're not going back to the status quo. We actually decided to try this before in 2016. It's not that we looked at it and kind of dawdled. We tried it. We tried it at one site, and we knew FAA kicked us out. We tried it at another site. You heard the tale of woe from Councilmember Davis. We have been trying this in lots of other things. This is not a team that settles for the status quo. This is a group that has tried just about, well, I won't say just about everything. I will say they have innovated more than any other city, I believe, in the country on these issues. We're the first in the country, and this is also, by the way, PRNS and Sandra Murillo and Paul Pereira and our team, a Trash for Cash program that now 20 other cities are saying they want to launch to help unhoused folks. We've launched a San Jose Bridge program that's helping dozens of people not just get jobs cleaning up the city, but then subsequently get jobs for other employers. One of our unhoused residents just got a job with Tesla. These are not programs that reflect a department that's just sitting around. I guess that's what I'm trying to be clear. This is not a status quo department. So I think we need to acknowledge that we're not trying the same things. We're trying a lot of new things and we're trying them rapidly. But when we see the experience of other cities that have tried some of these things and failed, we don't need to put our hand in the flame. We don't need to do that because we got lots of other innovative programs and some of these are working and we just need the resources and staff and attention to actually scale them. So rather than saying we've got to put our own hand in the flame or we won't know it's hot, let's watch what other cities are doing, learn from them and focus on what we know works because there are things that are working. We're demonstrating it now and 3,000 human beings don't get off the street into permanent housing unless you're doing something right. And that's during a pandemic in a 1-year period of time. And I think it's just critically important for us to recognize. Of course, this is a terrible situation. Homelessness is a scourge in our city. And we all have some collective responsibility for this. And me more than anyone, I recognize that as mayor. But we've got to double down on what we know works and not simply chase a lot of foul balls. So I appreciate the comments many of my colleagues have made and look forward to supporting the motion. Councilmember Cohen.
Okay, well, let me start first, as I intended to do, to thank Jackie and Reagan. Your team does amazing work. And I know it's one of the most difficult roles in the city. This is one of the hardest issues we face as a city. And so this is not easy work. And I greatly appreciate that. And I also appreciate that your staff, and even my colleagues on the council, have been working on this for a long time and feel tired and trapped in a system that isn't working to deliver a desired outcome. So, while maybe it came across differently and by saying status quo, I think the reason I said that was because from the perspective of many residents, they're seeing the numbers on the street grow, and so it feels to them like there's that there's not as much action. But I spend a lot of time telling our residents about the great things our staff is doing, and I continue to look forward to more of that. So I didn't intend to say that work isn't great. I'm always looking for additional solutions. I push so hard perhaps because I haven't become as disillusioned yet as maybe other colleagues. I'm hearing from colleagues. I was ready to go take my lumps and fight for sites in my district, and I'm still willing to do that. So, even as for SOAR sites or for additional temporary housing, I'm ready to stand up and offer places in my district for that, and to stand up to my community about that, and experience what Councilmember Davis has experienced, if that's what it comes to. I'm also an optimist and don't like to believe that there aren't further things that we can do. So that's where I'm coming from on this conversation. But let me ask some questions. On the memo from your staff memo, you had a dollar amount that was there for an extra 1.5 FTE, and I know that Councilmember Morales asked about that. So given what we're hearing now, even if we proceed with the current direction, of expanding SOAR sites, or really the direction that was in this, we were talking about even in the context of the budget and not through this memo, would we still benefit from investing their resources and having the additional FTE for you to be able to do more and reach more of our unhoused residents and provide them services?
Thanks, Councilmember, for the question. The team is tiny. It's 5 people, and right now it's Kelly and Vanessa. So we could always use more resources, particularly given just the large inflow of resources that have come but are also coming. The governor's $12 billion, the American Rescue Plan dollars, the change in the federal administration. So resources are always welcome. However, I think to expand the SOAR program as currently provided under the March budget direction would not require additional housing staff to do that.
Okay. Well, thanks for the honest answer. I always expect that you would say, sure, we could always use the more resources, but I would like to. I also want to be prudent and not overspend when we don't have to. My interest in being involved with the memo with Councilmember Foley obviously was to be a little provocative at first too, to get us to have this conversation and think through a lot of these things in a little bit more depth than we had since I've been on the council. Not that it has happened before, but the things of interest to me in the memo were the extra staff to help try to provide extra services, the level 2 services that are there that we don't currently offer in our source sites that I think are important. So for me, those are the kind of things I wanted to sort of see as an outcome here. The whether we have source sites, whether we have something we call a sanctioned encampment or a humanitarian zone, again, that wasn't important to me. And the way I envision it is, while I know there might be additional sites we can identify, most of the sites, I believe, are sites that we currently have people living in. And so we're talking about something like SOAR, where we're expanding and providing resources where people already are, but perhaps thinking of ways to offer additional sites, additional space at those sites for people if we set up the services correctly. So really that's my intent behind the conversation, because I know that people are frustrated, and I know that you're frustrated. I know that we're all frustrated. I certainly know that our residents are frustrated. So that's kind of where I was coming from. So I appreciate, Mayor, your suggestion of trying to incorporate some of the level 2 services there. And again, not to be over prescriptive, but I have been intrigued by the fire safety things. And I had actually had a conversation with some folks in the fire department last month about this. And, there's questions about what the right approach is. Giving out propane tanks from their perspective actually isn't the right approach. There's a lot of safety issues with that and disposal issues and questions about how you can be safe with propane tanks. But, fire pits that separate the fire from the ground, so that when they're making fires, they're not necessarily as likely to spread, providing fire extinguishers. There are things we can do, and I'd like to at least explore how we can do that. Because one of the things we hear from one of our neighborhoods where we have to tell them regularly, they're not really that close to your home. I know you have to see them, but they'll call in the morning and say they're setting fires. And I said, well, they're trying to cook and keep warm, but I would like to find ways to have them set those fires as safely as possible if they're going to be there doing it near a neighborhood. So those are my interests. And then I wanted to ask a question just about the source sites themselves. I know that the council directions in the budget is to identify additional sites. So how will you go about looking in each district for some of those sites? Will you be asking council offices for input? Will you be looking at where the next highest number of people are? How will that work?
Yeah, I think that's something we're thinking about now. And, I think I would choose to select the source sites differently than we did, back in March 2020 when we were just, trying to provide this immediate and fast response. So I think when we select any new source sites, we would coordinate very closely with the Beautify San Jose team and the work that they're doing on basically that encampment management policy. Where should encampments not be? So we would want to take that into consideration. And then I think one of the goals that probably does remain the same in selecting new source sites is trying to reach the most people and provide, the greatest level of service that we can. And that was really the biggest factor in choosing the source sites back in March 2020 was, where are the greatest amount of people congregating, and where do we need to provide that level of service, the hygiene services, the medical care, the COVID-19 testing. So I don't necessarily want to remove that as a factor in choosing the sites, but I would want to coordinate closely with Beautify San Jose and the encampment management policy work. I think, in hindsight, I would probably also coordinate a bit more closely with environmental services. We do have the Baykeeper settlement and the direct discharge program to consider. And then I would also coordinate with Public Works to make sure, there's no kind of trail construction project contemplated where we might have to clear an encampment at a SOAR site at some point down the line. And we'd also probably want to just look at some data, fire data and police data as well. So
All right, given that time's running short, I want to just two quick questions. Was there a size, sort of a minimum size that you would sort of define as a SOAR site potential?
yeah, when we first started back in March of 2020, we were looking at encampments of 25 or more people.
So would we consider that maybe making that number smaller now, given some of the encampments that might be somewhat in region sensitive area, not sensitive meaning close, somewhat close to residential areas, but still somewhat reasonably distanced, but might be smaller, but are causing concerns for our community, that we might still be able to provide services at those?
I think, Councilmember, that's one of the reasons maybe why we wanted to pilot the multidisciplinary approach during COVID, was really, what are those sites that we know need some kind of public intervention, whether it's an intervention from code enforcement or vehicle abatement or homeless outreach.
Okay, I appreciate that. I don't.
Yeah.
And then there had been some talk about how this was due to COVID emergency. We're now talking about continuing the SOAR sites beyond without an expiration date at this point, right?
Well, my funding, as it stands right now, is with the ESG funding, and that's 2 years. And I can't recall in this moment what the American Rescue Plan funding, like spending deadlines are.
Okay, thanks. So I don't know whether it requires an amendment to try to put some of those level 2 things into the motion or not, or if it's understood, but I think we're coming closer to the ability to be able to, support, have some consensus around what we're talking about here. And so, as long as there's some intention to do some of those additional things beyond what we currently do at SOAR sites, I'd support the motion.
And Councilor Mahan, I assume that's in reference to specific items that they should explore in level 2. Is that fair to say, Councilmember Cohen?
Yes.
Okay. Councilor Mahan, is it acceptable as friendly amendment?
It's very friendly, yes.
Okay. Forgive me, the seconder, I think, was Councilmember Davis or
Yeah, I was the seconder.
Marsden. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Prowse?
All right, thank you. I'm trying to, I've had spotty internet all day, so I've got my phone on in case I drop off. But I wanted to be able to echo, I said thank you to Reagan, and thank you for allowing me to interrupt you on that, Reagan. But I didn't mention Vanessa and Kelly, and I'll just say that every time I'm in a tough community meeting, when one of you are there, and Jackie, that includes you as well, I have a sense of relief, and I imagine my colleagues do too, in regards to being able to take on tough meetings, to have you all there and your expertise, and being able to work through these issues with us, and especially a team like all of you that truly do care about these issues. I know you get called on it as much as we do, that you don't care, and that's just not true. And so just wanted to say thank you as well to specifically Vanessa and Kelly, who I didn't call out earlier. And I know I had also mentioned, and I know Councilmember Cohen responded to it, but as the mayor pointed out, I also had mentioned the status quo statement, and I just want to clarify that for me, that's specifically in regards to how we manage encampments and nothing else, because we absolutely have done a lot, and we have been doing a heck of a lot more over the years. The status quo was never meant to insinuate something that staff is sitting around, or that not obviously doing enough. It's simply in regards to how we manage encampments, and that's what I don't want to back into is sort of pre-pandemic, where it's this cycle of unsanctioned encampments pop up. We go out and abate them. They come right back within, sometimes as early as a couple hours, as we know. And that's why we know that abatements don't work. I think we can debate that maybe, as we're doing today, sanctioned encampments, some may believe don't work, but I think we certainly know abatements don't work to help us end homelessness, but we spend a lot of time and effort and energy on that because, quite frankly, we have to. It affects, these unsanctioned encampments affect our community, as we've already pointed out, fires and all sorts of issues. And so, we're spinning our wheels regardless, unfortunately, and that's part of my hope is that, is there an opportunity to try and not do that, at least not do it as much. And I do think that the current motion, if we move forward with the current motion, we have some good opportunities with that as well. And at the same time, though, I think if we move forward with the current motion, any potential pilot sites, for instance, the public site within my district and then the private site within my district that have presented themselves as opportunities may not be able to move forward because they don't have the staff time and support. And that's why back in March, I was asking at least for a pilot site and was willing to step up and offer that site in my district. I can only personally do so much without staff support, going back to obviously the importance of having staff be able to be here with us. And I'd like to be able to do that today, but I'm afraid that if we move forward with the current motion on the table, then both of those pilot sites will go unsupported, and ultimately, we won't move forward on those opportunities. I think I want to clarify that. I know we've clarified a couple of things on the motion in regards to Councilmember Mahan's memo and the no need for sort of that deeper analysis if we're not going forward. And Mayor, I know you didn't specify within your memo on your recommendation number 6. You listed a number of questions in your item number 3, but I'm assuming you would maybe want to see the level of detail that Councilmember Mahan described in his memo as well on if we were to move forward, which is what you described in your item number 6. And then for me, I think that, certainly having, I don't know if it would cost the same, the $325,000, but having that staff analysis, to move forward, and maybe not even necessarily including the service component. I know that the different levels, level 1, 2, and 3, was $60,179 or $1,179,000. I think there is reality to the fact that if we did move forward with this opportunity today, that we wouldn't be talking about operating a sanctioned encampment site for over a year from now. And so in my mind, more importantly, is the $325,000 or that staff time, even more so, and we could have a debate next year on would we even have the funding to operate it. But we would need to get through that first step, which is going to take us a minimum of 6 months to even to come back with that work plan, as staff was pointing out. And so I think I can support actually, the motion on the table. I do think it's a step forward. And I really especially like the 60 to 90 day abatement noticing at source sites. I think we're moving in the right direction here. But I would like to clarify one thing and then see if I can ask for a friendly amendment. So I wanted to see, is my understanding correct to staff that if we move forward with the current motion on the table, then staff is not going to have the capacity to act on either of these two potential opportunities, the public site in my district or potentially the private site, that you wouldn't have the capacity to do so. Is that correct?
I think that's right, council member. I guess I'm just reminded of when we got council direction to pilot a safe parking, and it still took the staff time to do site analysis, find a site, do community outreach. And that was pre-pandemic and pre-pandemic recovery. Now that we're still in a pandemic response and gearing up towards pandemic recovery, which again, I think will be harder than pandemic response, I don't think we currently have the staff capacity to pilot something.
Okay, and that's, so my understanding is correct. And I'll see if I couldn't narrow down the $325,000 based on the options, at least that I have in my district. So I have 2 sites in mind, and I would not want necessarily staff to go out and try to find other sites. right? So it would be, could we move forward and act on these two sites? And right, if they work as pilots, great. One's public, one's private, and you know, could we move forward on those? Considering that, would we be still needing $325,000 for the sanction encampment policy and program development, or could it be, you know, could that be narrowed down a little bit if we're just talking about the opportunity of you know, a pilot site? Is that a number that could drop, or would it still stay 325?
You know, again, I think it still would require some housing department staff time, which we don't have anything left.
No, I agree with you there. I'm just curious, would it still be 325,000, or is that example, you know, potentially less costly than what you were considering in your memo?
So just to clarify, the position, the 325 is how many positions, Reagan?
1.5.
1.5. So would it take 1.5, or could we do it with one person potentially who could just work on the pilot?
You could probably do it with one person.
Okay, so maybe it could come down a little bit from the 325. So,
but we would still need at least one person just because of the, yeah, all of the new sites that we've had one housing person, usually 1.5 that have been attached to it. So at a minimum, we need one person.
okay, and worst case scenario, it's still $325,000 is potentially what it would take. So my interest would be, and I'll make it clear, I'm willing to support this current motion on the table regardless. I would prefer to support the underlying motion, but what I'll ask for is a friendly amendment, because again, as you've heard from Reagan, and this is to the maker of the motion, you've heard from Reagan, if we don't do this work, then the opportunities that I'm trying to act on in my district as pilots go nowhere. And so I would like to see if, as a friendly amendment, we do include the opportunity for that pilot, and as the mayor's, maybe, you know, his item number 6, you know, says that we would need to have, you know, demonstrate providing more effective solutions addressing homelessness. And Councilmember Mahan, obviously you have a list of you know, analysis that you'd like to see. It sounds like all of that combined, and even with a pilot in my district, still may go up to $325,000. And I'll ask for the friendly amendment that you include that, and the funding source that I'll identify will be, because I'm asking that this pilot happens in my district, that I'll make the budget document ask, and essentially I'll ask out of the Essential Services Fund. If I have to identify a fund now, I may try to identify something else over the next couple of weeks. But that's what I'll ask for as a friendly amendment.
Thanks. And can you just, I'm sorry, I didn't quite follow exactly what you were asking for.
So I'm essentially asking that we accept staff memo then within your direction, because I'd like to act on these potential pilot locations within my district. One that's privately owned, and one that's publicly owned. And as Reagan stated, you know, unless we actually fund this work, 325,000 potentially, right? Staff time, they do this work, that can't happen. So we fall back default to your current motion, which does not include any opportunity of a piloting a sanctioned encampment. And so that's what I'm asking as the friendly amendment, and it would allow us to do both. Essentially, would allow us to do everything within your motion, allow us to do everything we want to do expanded with source sites, but it would also bring on an additional staff or staff and a half to prep us for a pilot of a sanctioned encampment. And again, I'm willing to make that budget document ask if need be, right? But I can't do it unless that it gets included into this motion.
Councilor Pross, could I offer one suggestion that may make it more palatable? It may not, I don't know. Jackie or Matt can tell me otherwise, but if your office were to be handling the community meetings around the siting, I just ask, Jackie, does that make it any easier?
Councilmember.
Charles's office, that is.
Yeah, and look, and we will. I mean, I obviously would like to have staff there, but I'm more than happy to stand up in front of the community and let them know, right, that this is this is what we're leading on, and that these are the sites that we've identified, and that this is not by some means, right, that we've told staff to go out there and do this.
Yeah, I mean, it still requires some staff oversight and support because we have to figure out how is it actually going to function and work and who's supporting it, and all of that takes coordination both with the council office, the community, and any and all services that we'll be providing to the site.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just was looking for a way to try to use this.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, on the community meeting side of it, absolutely. But I mean, my staff is, and my team, right, myself, I'm not going to be able to do the work that staff is going to have to do. Hence why it's going to take that 1.5, potentially staff person.
So, Councilmember, let me just try to talk out loud and make sure I'm understanding, because I was just pulling up the staff memo. And the recommendation is basically to accept the report, and maybe we should point to specifically what in there we want to potentially include. I mean, I'll just restate, try to do it really simply and quickly. The intention of my memo, at least, was to say, if we're going to pursue a pilot, let's at least identify the trade-off. So how much less are we able to invest in source sites, for example, or emergency housing, or whatever other investments we want to make? Because I would like to understand what we're giving up if we're investing city resources in a sanctioned encampment, given that we have other solutions that I think many of us think are promising and getting traction, and we just need more money and focus to continue to execute. The other thing I called out, which I do think is pretty relevant, is at least some assessment of legal risk and whatever we need to do to protect ourselves from what could be a really big lawsuit if something really unfortunate happened. So it does, as long as we're preserving, my intention would be to not create a lot of extra work for staff. I certainly am not looking for more analysis and reports for the sake of, this is not I don't want to see analysis paralysis. I would want to understand the trade-off. But I'm certainly open, the spirit of this, I would want to support you just as I would want. And if you identify a site and funding and a potential forward path on doing something in your district that the community supports, I'd want to support that. But again, I would just want to understand, does that mean fewer resources for our source sites, which I think is maybe a more cost-effective way to help a lot of people? Does it mean less emergency housing? Does it open us to potentially a really large lawsuit all of a sudden? So I don't really know that I can budge on those questions of trade-offs, no matter where the encampment's happening, or even how much community support there is, because we still always face trade-offs. So if there's a way, maybe somebody can help me here. If there's a way to kind of fit this together, I'm open to it. I don't want to block your efforts. I really value and respect what you're trying to do, truly. I just, that question of trade-offs and legal risk, both of those are fundamentally pretty important to me.
And I had asked staff earlier if within that $325,000 allocation, if they felt that staff could do the analysis that your memo had asked. And they said yes, and I'm happy to see if Reagan, you want to clarify that. But if that's the case, I think you could include your memo in this friendly amendment that then would say, well, then that's also, part of the analysis that we want staff to do. And the only other adjustment that I sort of would have made from staff's memo is that I'm saying I don't even think we have to identify at the moment the level 1, level 2, level 3. I'm willing to default to level 1 to make it the cheapest, but I'm saying I don't even think we need to decide on that just yet, because as we've heard, we're likely over a year away from even operating something like this. So we need to get this first step out of the way. So I'm just saying if 325 is what we need now, then to get to this first step. But Reagan, maybe you can clarify that on Councilmember Mahan's memo.
And I think that would be true, right? We would need that to do any and all of this analysis. And just for my clarification, because it sounds like as part of your friendly amendment, you would want us to do it regardless if your pilot sites came through. Because ideally we would say, if your pilot sites are a go, then we'll do this. But it sounds like you want us to do the prep work first as you're working through trying to obtain your pilot sites. Is that correct?
I don't think we can get much further on these pilot sites without staff, right? So I think, we can do so much to try and identify a site, have some conversations with people, but quite frankly, that's where, at that point I become useless, and we need, we need this work. We need your team. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to butt in now because we're well over time and Vice Mayor Jones has been very patient. So I'm going to call the question on the friendly amendment. We can come back. So Councilor Mahan, do you want to give a verdict on the friendly amendment and then we'll move on?
I'm sorry, I still don't quite understand the implication. We're saying we would be approving staff time on this without identifying the trade-off in terms of SOAR services or other trade-offs?
Well, maybe Jackie can answer that. Jackie, are there things that you have to drop if this motion is granted? That would probably be.
Sure. I mean, my understanding is if this motion's
Or
granted,
this amendment, I should say.
this amendment is, we're getting a staff, 1.5 people to do this work. So we would not proceed until we got the 1.5 who would then do the work. That's my understanding.
Okay.
Yeah, I at the moment, I mean, I'm open to hearing from others. I'll let you move on. I'm gonna say no for the moment, just because I see that as in conflict with the spirit of my memo, which is if we're gonna move forward, let's identify the trade-off in terms of SOAR services or other homeless services that we've already prioritized. I see that as a conflict, but certainly open to revisiting if I'm misunderstanding.
All right, we'll come back.
I'll raise my hand again, Mayor.
Okay, here we go. Vice Mayor Jones.
Yes, Mayor, I know you called the question. I'll just keep it quick.
No, I called the question on the friendly amendment, not on you.
Okay.
Yeah, just so you know.
I appreciate that. So I've been a big proponent of sanctioned encampments, but I am satisfied that the SOAR sites will accomplish the criteria and goals that I laid out when I spoke earlier. So I'm going to support the substitute motion.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Perales, it looks like you're the last hand standing.
I'm just trying to clarify my friendly amendment. So, Councilor Mahan, I will include your memo into my friendly amendment so that way you're rest assured that analysis that you're asking for, I'm also comfortable with that being asked for. The problem is staff needs that person to do that analysis, right? So that analysis can't be done first before we then invest $325,000 and hire a new staff person, right? Because that's the person that needs to do it. So, right, then that's why I think staff was saying the number one step is identify the funding, right, a month from now. And then we can go forward with finding the staff person too. And then they do the work. And I'm okay with in that work, including all what you've asked for in your memo. And I think staff was saying that's fine too. But we have to, you kind of have to make the bet first, right, before we get all that analysis done, unfortunately.
I think I would, I think I'm gonna have to say no. I think I would rather see that we have a site in order to then say, okay, we're gonna make this trade-off, which is gonna mean this many fewer services to our SOAR sites. Because I think we have a promising approach right now. I'm really excited that we're expanding services to our encampments. So unless we have a site and we have momentum toward piloting, I think then we need to say, what's the trade-off and should we move forward? What's the estimated trade-off? I think we can do that. I mean, I'm not asking for like a scientific analysis here. I'm asking for back of the envelope math. It's going to cost roughly this much, which means in order to move forward with even a pilot, we're going to do this much less in terms of the existing services that we've already agreed we want to prioritize. That's where I see the conflict. Maybe it's a sequencing thing, and I see those in conflict. I'm sorry.
And that's not me making that analysis. I mean, that's staff saying, right, that it's not a back of the envelope, right? In order to do that analysis and do that work, they need somebody to do that, right? And so, that's not, I'm not saying that, right? I'm not the one doing the work. And just to, right, I mean, I think be clear, right, this was your memo, and that's what I was asking, right, to that work to be done. But in order for that to be done, right, we have to get the people there to do it. And without it being done, I don't think we'll ever get to the place where you're talking about right now, which is we already have a site in hand and it's ready to go, and now let's invest. Again, I think any one of us can get us so far, but we're going to need all of this work that staff's going to do, right, in order to seal a deal. And so I think we'll keep going round and round unless we actually make the bet, right, get somebody in, have this work done, and then pilot a site. And I'm pretty darn close, right, to doing that. But I need this effort, and without it, these two potential sites I think fail, and we go elsewhere. At the same time, again, I don't disagree with I think the positive steps that we're making with this motion and the source sites and all that. So I'm supporting the motion as is. I'm disappointed, right, that I think the efforts that I'm trying to work on here are not going to be able to go much further. Thanks.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And I do really respect the efforts you're trying to make. I mean, Jackie or Reagan, is there any way to just assess for us what the cost is of what Councilmember Perales is asking for as an initial step here? Just the cost to your team, the cost to services to our unhoused residents, other opportunities? I feel like that's been kind of articulated, which is why we are where we are here, but would love to just hear a summary quickly if you don't mind.
Sorry, I saw Jackie on mute. I thought she was gonna find a more articulate way to restate what I think I've already stated numerous times tonight, which is the homeless response team just doesn't have anything left to give. We are focused on COVID-19 response, and we are focused on a COVID-19 recovery.
Correct. So we would have to have new resources, new dollars identified, and really we are in a critical point in time because of the dismantling of the EOC and the need to move to shut down the existing shelter. So clearly the current staff cannot take anything else on. So we need new money, or it impacts current programs. And with a new body, 1.5, we could get additional work done. But even, hiring somebody takes some of the, does include some distraction, frankly, because that requires a process as well.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And you all have been clear, and I apologize for asking you to repeat it. I trying to find a way to make as much work as possible, but we live in a world of finite resources and real trade-offs and opportunity costs. And I will just say something the mayor mentioned much earlier that I think is quite exciting, is the amount of funding available from the state that I think we ought to be laser focused on going and getting right now. And so that is another reason that I will have to regretfully reject the proposed amendment. Sorry, Councilmember Perales.
No worries. Yeah, understood. Thank you. And for fun, to hit the horse again, I may just do a budget document anyways for the 325. And then we could talk about it again then. And I look forward to, obviously, the mayor and I will be meeting with the community soon about tiny homes by the police site, where we're going to read, there's a lot of great efforts going on. Housing team will be there, right, with us. So there is a lot. And I'm disappointed, but I'll support this motion.
I will call out Councilmember Perales for being one of the two council members who's actually volunteered to cite. Appreciate that leadership. Councilmember Carrasco.
Thank you. And I've been intently listening to my colleagues and of course staff, and this is an issue that is, we've never assumed that it was not complex, and it's getting more and more as other challenges, as we face other challenges, COVID being one of them. I do want to start off by thanking all of Jackie's office and all of her team. I think one of the first meetings that Jackie, you and I had 6 years ago, when you gave me numbers that were not nearly what they are now, I thought, how are we ever going to wrap our brain around this one? And so the idea of sanction encampments came up when Councilmember Jones and I were, at that time, desk mates, roommates, trying to understand how we were going to house people, because winter was coming, and if I remember correctly, during that time of the year. But the elements pose such a threat and such a danger, and we've seen the loss of life, especially this past year. And so I do have to say I'm disappointed. If I know Councilmember Perales and his persistence, we will be seeing a budget document coming soon our way. So we'll have this conversation yet again. How exciting is that? So I'd love to have Councilmember Mahan reconsider. And I know that it's a moot point at this point, but this is, the fact that Councilmember Perales has 2 sites seems like such a wasted opportunity. When just earlier in the conversation today, we were talking about whether or not council members were willing to step up and identify a site. And, I'm, of course, in District 5, and I'll tell you, we identified, I think, a site, Jackie, that some community members organized very quickly and deemed it inappropriate due to benefactors' request or when they bequested when we inherited the land. It was at Emma Push Park, and it was had something to do with the way that it was donated to us, if I recall that conversation. So, District 5 is built out. It's very difficult to find any space unless we're talking about, as Councilmember Foley had mentioned, identifying other jurisdictions that will somehow be coaxed to the table and have these conversations with us. They're getting more and more difficult. And, I had some encampments that have posed quite a number of challenges in my district. They're growing quite rapidly. One is the conditions of our economic state. The other is that they seem to make their way into District 5 with little opposition from the neighbors and little opposition from anyone else. And this is where they're setting up shop. And so we've been dealing with it for since I've been on council. Our kiddos who have to go to school and have to, practically step over individuals who are laid out almost in front of their front doors. I've had homes that have almost caught on fire repeatedly, not once, not twice, not 3 times, repeatedly. In fact, repeatedly just this month alone, this past month. And a resident who just had their car burnt to a crisp in their own driveway by individuals who, for whatever reason, lit that car on fire. And imagine had that house caught on fire, or those children who live in that home had gotten hurt. And so encampments seem like a logical, at least from this perspective, like a logical potential solution, at least to be explored. We've been talking about it for years since I've been here. And there are many challenges, and none of these responses are easy. None of these responses are uncomplicated. But we have a council member who has identified potentially 2 different sites, which is probably the biggest hurdle of them all. And we're kicking we're kicking this, I guess I would say, gift, in the mouth, and hoping that Councilmember Perales will just go ahead and put in a BD, I guess. But it is very, very disappointing. I'm going to support this motion, but I'm supporting it very reluctantly, because it expands the source, but it still doesn't centralize the services that our folks need. It doesn't allow them to have that sense of stability and security. And it allows our staff to travel from one place to the other, while that amount of expenditure continues to go up. I don't know who it was, Reagan or Jackie said, where will the new money come from? Well, without looking through everything and combing through everything, I thought that's what the ARP money could potentially be used for. And you're shaking your head no, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, that's the problem. And particularly true at the state level. The money we're seeing is really focused on solutions that are obviously preferred by the state and federal governments. Federal governments clearly disfavors sanctioned encampments because you see the statements, official statements from the Council on Homelessness. So this isn't something they're that interested in funding, and can't use FEMA money for it. And the governor's money is all focused on home key and the bond projects. It's just not. They're just, we don't have those sources.
You know, I know that this is an issue that again has always come with a great deal of debate and controversy on both sides. You know, the advocates. You know, we hear it from people with lived experiences. Several council members here have tried. They've changed their mind. They have a different position now. Some of us are still holding steady that we think that this could be an answer. I don't think that the answer is to create, you know, 10, 12, 15 sanctioned encampments where we can house everybody. I do think, however, to centralize services and to be able to provide a level of service that is dignified for our residents. I think this is a conversation that's going to come up again. And just like the changing of the tide from 6 years ago, you know, we're now basically, you know, informally sanctioning these other sites, the source sites. I have a feeling that we'll be having this conversation yet again, and it may not be while I'm here, but that we will be having the conversation, and it will be looked at quite differently. In fact, many folks didn't think that we'd get to this point and have this kind of conversation. But I look forward to seeing Councilmember Peralez's BD and having this conversation again, and hope that he can hold on to the sites that he's identified, unless Councilmember Matt Mahan wants to go ahead and reconsider. So that friendly amendment.
Thank you, Councilmember. And yes, we do end up talking about the same things. I just got a text from Councilmember Johnny Camus, who's celebrating his birthday today. After wishing him a happy birthday, he wanted to know what we were talking about on council, and I told him, and you can imagine his response. So let's vote on the motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm told I should be skipping 7.1 for now, going to 6.1, which is the public hearing on proposed maximum commercial solid waste customer services rate. And I guess that would mean our friends in environmental services will come back magically. Hi, Valerie.
That's correct, Mayor.
Welcome. Are you our friend from environmental services who's come back?
Yes, I am. We also have representatives from Republic Services available for any questions.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. All right. So there's no presentation though, Valerie, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
No presentation.
Let's go to public comment, see if there's anyone who wants to comment on this item 6.1, which is rates for commercial solid waste. Okay, we're coming back to council. Is there a motion or a comment?
So moved.
Second.
All right, on the motion, let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
thank you. Peralez,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, now we're going to go back to 7.1, which is illegal dumping, fines, and enforcement. And I don't believe there's any presentation here. This is a council memo referral. So let's go to the public first for any comments on 7.1 illegal dumping, fines, and enforcement. Mr. Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman. This came to Rules and Open Government a few weeks ago. I'm really surprised there's not any sort of presentation about the subject. This is a subject that really needs to be clear with ourselves. You know, the homeless community can't feel they're going to be busted for this purpose. This has to be an issue that you specifically address, you know, commercial interests and business interests who are illegally dumping. And there's going to be a lot of technology involved. You have to learn to talk openly about the technology that will be used in this. Don't just vote this away. I mean, you promised that you were going to talk about this openly in council and make it a real debate for the public to see and understand the process. So, boy, I really hope you can do that here. And hopefully I've covered everything needed to be covered. And the fees and fines are really expensive. So, you know, people, low-income people cannot afford those kind of fines. So obviously it's meant for large commercial developers. How can you share that it will be exactly what you will do and not penalize low-income residents? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Aguirre, welcome.
Yeah, Robert here. I remember living in the jungle and having people pull up with a dump truck and just dumping all kinds of stuff, construction material, toilets, just all kinds of stuff. Not only food, but I mean, all kinds of stuff like that, furniture and things like that. And over on Felipe, there's 2 storage facilities that are right around the corner, and people would drop some furniture and it would break, and instead of trying to store it, or maybe they were moving out of the storage and they didn't want it anymore, and they would just drop it off there. And the people would grab whatever they could because that's all they had. And the city knows this. I know that I had conversations at that time. Mark Nino was out there, and he knew what was going on. And yet it's still the unhoused people that get penalized for this sort of thing. And I think we need to have a different way of looking at it when it comes to the unhoused population, because they don't move mattresses out of the house material. What?
I'm sorry. I think there was some kind of interference. Go ahead, Mr. Gary. We'll keep
Okay.
listening.
All right. Anyway, I'm just very concerned that this is going to be something that's going to be used again to criminalize the unhoused. And I think we should provide an exception for unhoused people to not be penalized by this new rule that you guys are coming up with. And I understand people that are moving stuff out of their homes, or small contractors that don't want to pay dump fees and then just leave stuff out. And people take advantage of that sort of thing because they don't have anything to build a house out of. And a mattress could come in handy, or even a dresser drawer, or something that they can use for the wood or whatever it is. But I don't think they should get penalized for that, because they're not the source of this material that's being dumped. So please.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Catherine Hedges.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I agree with the previous speakers. We need to find a way to make sure that we're not penalizing unhoused people, and that contractors and people who are moving are not taking advantage of the homeless people by, well, we'll just dump all this construction junk, or my old sofa I don't want, and everyone will assume it's just part of the encampment, because if nobody wants to have junk around. But we shouldn't be penalizing the unhoused people who, you know, have their own stuff, or they don't really have a way to discard things. But I've seen piles of construction junk, and obviously unhoused people are not showing up with chunks of concrete and, you know, giant 2x4s. So we just need to be careful on how we enforce this, or we shouldn't do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Coming back to council, just want to let you know that your chair will be brutally enforcing time limits now, since it's now 10:36. Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's been a long day. Most folks don't know we've been on this call since like 9:30 in the morning. So I'm a little worn out to myself. Just want to zip through a few comments and acknowledge a few things that were said. First and foremost, the genesis of this idea, this conversation began with a conversation with a good friend of mine who's a planning commissioner, Rolando Bonilla. Wanted to thank him publicly for his ideas and his efforts behind this. Obviously, after that, Councilmember Perales and I began moving this issue forward and put a memo to rules. And that memo is dated April 22nd. And I give the date simply because we submitted a replacement memo or a, not a replacement memo, but a supplemental memo. And so I just want to say that we stand by the original recommendation. That is to increase illegal dumping fines to 10,000, evaluating purchasing additional cameras or monitor hotspots, utilizing community service officers, patrol identified hotspots, and so on. Also, rewarding residents who provide information leading to a citation and fine for illegal dumping. And I'm hoping maybe the city attorney's office can chime in on whether they've done an analysis as to whether we can use the fines collected to use as a reward at some point. Also, I think it's important to acknowledge that during the Public Comment Rules Committee, there was an expression by some community members about the impacts to disadvantaged communities, which we took note of during the course of those conversations. And some comments were expressed by members of the Rules Committee as well. And we certainly took that to heart as we went back and put forward the supplemental. And we're fully aware that the fines and sort of inequitable enforcement may have unintended consequences, and we do not certainly don't want to disproportionately impact low-income or underserved communities. However, you know, it's our thought that it is evident that these same communities are already disproportionately impacted by the negative consequences of illegal dumping. So I thought it was important to acknowledge that. And so the supplemental memo is just essentially adding some additional context to the original memo that we submitted to rules on April 22nd. You know, and it touches on that very issue of equity. So the supplemental memo addresses the concerns on increasing fines by implementing an equitable fashion with special consideration for certain residents, such as, and the thought is, how do we, if someone is disadvantaged, right? They don't have the means to pay the fine, which is obviously, we recognize it's steep. How do we devise a way in which they can sort of pay the fine without having to pay the fine? And so some of the ideas that we put forward are delayed implementation to allow for proper noticing. So, you know, obviously maybe delaying the implementation of the increase of the fine so that way folks are made aware. Payment plans or fee waivers for residents who demonstrate financial hardship. You know, maybe something even as creative as community service hours for folks that are caught actually doing the dumping in lieu of the fine. So things of that nature. And we know that the fines and enforcement are helpful tools, but we also need to do better as providing accessible alternatives to illegal dumping. And that's why the new memorandum sort of touches on an MBA as it relates to cost estimates for multilingual, culturally sensitive educational campaigns, cost estimates for placing easily accessible junk collection bins across the city, if possible, and feasibility analysis of monthly or bi-monthly large item pickups on days which residents can place the items curbside. And then something that you touched on, Mayor, last time around during the discussion of the fireworks is just the behavioral insights. So trying to get to the core as to why people are dumping, right? Because we know, you know, the fines are but one piece of this, and we recognize that. And so trying to figure that out is going to be very important. And the other thing that we put in the memorandum is really an acknowledgement that the governor's office recently announced $1.5 billion plan to clean and beautify underpasses, freeways, entrances, and exits, thoroughfares across California. Obviously, that's, you know, state property, but we think that there is some collaboration there that can maybe take place. And so we urge the staff to try to figure out how the city of San Jose garners and gets some of that money. And so I think we need to advocate for a fair share of those funds. The other thing that I wanted to say that touches on some of the comments that were made is just to make clear that these efforts aren't targeted towards our unhoused community. Now, we all know, and funny enough that Robert mentioned it, but part of what I want to say is we all know that the mattresses, sofas, and other household items are not being dumped there by our houseless residents, right? I have often seen people pull up and just dump stuff thinking that, oh, well, this is an appropriate place to drop it off. They can maybe make do with a TV or a refrigerator in the middle of the street or whatever it may be. And so this certainly isn't meant to impact them even more so, right? They're already dealing with a lot of challenges. With that being said, I think that's about it. I mean, there's a lot more I can say, but the memos are there. So what I'd like to do is just make a motion to move forward the original memo that we submitted to rules on April 22nd. Councilmember Peralez and I's memo from the 13th, and then your memo, Mayor, with Councilmember Davis and Foley, bringing them all together and just moving them forward.
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember. That's all the memos then going forward. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. And it is well timed to be looking for money, because I know the governor's put $1.5 billion in the May revise for cleanup. So here we go. Councilmember Davis.
Well, thank you. And I want to thank Councilmember Jimenez for including our memo. I think this is a good balance of trying to prevent the issues that we're seeing, as well as to kind of do the carrot and stick routine, where we're trying to prevent the issues, and then if you do it and we've done the education, that you do pay a steep fine or do some community service. And I'm hoping that the community service that we put in place in lieu of the fine will be offered to everybody, and that it will include litter pickup and trash pickup, and that would be the community service that is commensurate with the infraction. So I'm hoping that staff will take that suggestion and run with it. And I want to thank my my colleagues, Councilmember Jimenez and Peralez, for bringing this forward. As we all know, I think we just talked about homelessness and the homeless encampments that are the #1 call and communication from our residents, complaint from our residents, and #2 is definitely trash and blight. So I'm hoping that this will help address that issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Arenas.
Thank you. I'll be supporting the motion. I just wanted to take a moment to thank Councilmember Peralez and Jimenez, of course, as well as all those folks who signed on to your memo, Mayor. We did give some feedback at the Rules Committee, and I'm really pleased to see it in here and grateful because I know that this could be a burden for many of our community members, and I don't think that this was your intention. And so I love that you have these alternatives. And the other thing that I really like about your memo is that you're not only just stopping at this consequence of having a fine, but you're also asking for this educational campaign. And this is something that we've been talking about, I think, in different committees throughout the years about a very successful behavior modification or social marketing campaign that can work in San Jose. And I think we have an opportunity to actually establish that with this. So I look forward to seeing what that MBA could offer us. I always bring up the You Don't Mess with Texas campaign, which was the Department of Transportation. It was absolutely, continues to be very successful to this day. They even took it on virtually during this pandemic. And so I look forward to seeing an equal version of that here in San Jose. So thank you for your proactive memo and your leadership.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen?
Yes, thank you. I'm excited to see how this has evolved since we started Rules Committee, with a lot of outreach and education and prevention in there. As I expressed there, we often talk about increasing fines when we have a problem, but it's not clear to me that fines are the issue. It's really how we enforce violations and whether we have the resources to enforce. So, I mean, we could make it 1,000, 10,000, or 100,000, but you know, whether we can catch people actually dumping really is the big issue. So to me, the prevention items here and the education items and making it more easily accessible to get things disposed of properly is important. Just one kind of clarification, kind of as a question for the, but I want to make sure we have that distinction in here about what the definition of dumping is versus litter. Because, you know, dumping, I think what we're talking about here are the people who bring large items and dump them on the side of the road, or who back up a pickup truck and dump out construction debris, not people who are littering, not people who are, you know, leaving garbage. And I think that's where there was confusion with the community before about, you know, whether this means we'll be enforcing against our homeless residents or others, when really that's not the same issue as dumping. How will we make that distinction in this as we move forward?
I don't know if that's for me, Councilmember Cohen, but I agree with you. I mean, I don't think we're talking about someone throwing a banana peel out of the car, right, and getting dinged with a $10,000 fine. And so I guess I would leave it up to staff to make that distinction, and whatever, you know, whatever documents or whatever they're drafting up as they're moving some of these ideas forward. So I defer to them, but I think using common sense and to the extent they can formulate language to be very specific, I'm open to that. We weren't super prescriptive in the memo, but open to ideas.
Yeah, thank you. And maybe my next question might be for Nora. A lot of what's the dumping that I'm seeing in our district and probably happening around the city are people who are dumping construction debris on cloverleaf interchanges with the highways, which is in strict, actually Caltrans property and not San Jose property. But it's within San Jose's border jurisdiction. Do we have jurisdiction to be able to catch and cite people who are dumping on those locations?
Thank you, Councilmember. We'll confirm that, but I think we do. It's within the city limits.
Yeah, okay, good, because that's important. That's happening a lot, and we're calling those in quite a bit in our district, so I appreciate that. Okay, thank you. That's all for me.
Thank you. Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you. I have a question, which is, and maybe I missed it, but how would we enforce this?
I don't know if that question's for me, but I think there's already, you know, I left out some, give me a second. So there's already enforcement that takes place on this. Obviously, you know, let me read off these numbers, for example. I think it give you a sense. So since November 2017 through March 2021, the city has issued 89 citations for illegal dumping. And obviously that's less than 100 citation in almost 4 years. And so it's almost an insignificant given the insurmountable sort of issues of illegal dumping in the city. Those 89 citations total about $218,000. And so far, I think only about 43,000 were paid. And so I don't know off the top of my head if it's code enforcement or who's actually sort of the enforcement arm that's out there citing folks. But there's an infrastructure in place that does that. And so if staff wants to chime in, or, you know, anyone that can offer some clarification, that'd be helpful.
So I don't see anybody jumping in, so I'll add, which is, and because I had some questions about process, but one of the things that came to mind, Councilmember Jimenez, I think it was something you brought forward in 2019, which was the use of cameras, which we know are super expensive. I think they're $30,000 or $35,000, because in order to enforce, you need to have that, you need to be able to see who it is and identify them and move that forward. And so I'm wondering if we could explore the use of cameras through, if it's possible, with state funding, the state funding that the mayor just mentioned.
Yeah, you know, we actually were explicit of that. So in the memo dated April 22nd, and I know there's a few memos floating around, so my apologies. But in item 2 on that particular memo, we actually mentioned to direct the city manager to prepare an MBA for the current budget cycle that outlines cost increased enforcement against illegal dumping, such as purchasing additional cameras to monitor hotspots. And so I really do think, my frame of mind is sort of Monterey Road.
Yep, that's exactly what I was going to say.
Especially in the outskirts of the city. And so I really do think that there's a space, a very important space for technology to be used to capture some of these folks, whether it's from a $30,000 camera to sort of motion censored lights that go off when someone pulls up in the middle of the night. Things of that nature, I think, are going to be very important. So we do submit that for the city manager to bring forward an MBA to see what that would cost.
Yeah, and I just wanted to explicitly pull that out because it's been an item of discussion. We do have some sources of funding that maybe we didn't have in 2019. And I just like to remind folks that the city of San Jose in 2019 picked up 1 million pounds of trash from Monterey first. So 1 million pounds on one street, a very long major street in San Jose, but there's a cost to that, and so I wanted to pull that out. A couple of other things I wanted to thank my colleagues for bringing this up and focusing on the outreach. I think that's really important, as well as opportunities for community service. I've been a proponent as well of fines, but I think I just wanted to thank you for weighing sort of the consequences and considerations and emphasize to folks that similar to some other strategies that we're pursuing as a city, we want this to be a deterrent, right? Don't do it. And so hopefully this we can get the word out to make it enough of a deterrent. I had a question for my colleagues who put this forward on the second memo that came forward about charging a recycling fee. So I have mentioned, I forget where it was, Delaware, that charged as much as $50 to recycle an appliance. I would hope that we could similarly explore grant programs. $50 is a lot of money. There's a reason why people dump stuff. They can't afford it. There are many reasons why people dump things, but $50 is a lot of money, especially now. And so if we could explore grant programs or voucher programs, because really we want to encourage people to not dump. And so we need to offer alternatives. And so I wanted to bring that up. And two more things in the outreach, that we include apartment buildings. And I'll give you a couple of stats. So District 7, since July last year, we've had 18 dumpster days in District 7 so far. In 18 dumpster days, we filled 134 dumpsters, which is over 337 tons. That's over 675,000 pounds of trash picked up in 18 dumpster days in District 7. And so we've been out in the community talking to folks, addressing some of the blight. That's in addition to the program where we have city folks driving around picking things up. And as we've talked to folks, people have told us they live in an apartment and we're in a living situation where the junk pickup is not feasible. And so if it weren't for that dumpster day, they would be forced to dump. And so I think there's a little bit more work, and I know your memo addresses that, but I wanted to talk about that. That amount, by the way, 675,000 pounds, that's more than 3 Boeing 757s worth of trash just in District 7 in my little office dumpster days. And so we've talked to a lot of people. So the apartments is one. People that aren't able to call a junk pickup, leave something out in front because it's not feasible for them. And the other thing is on the dumpsters, I know that you tried to address that issue by saying, let's leave out dumpsters. I think that there's some more work that can go into where those dumpsters would go. I think it might be helpful if we get input from residents, particularly hard-hit communities, and Beautify SJ on how that would work. I just don't want to force folks to risk a fine when they don't have an alternative. And I know that the intent of these memos is to really deter people because we don't want people doing it. And so I just want to make sure that we offer them an alternative. And one of those alternatives might be the placement of dumpsters, the outreach to apartment buildings, working with council offices. Maybe we have some insights into our neighborhoods where maybe we can offer dumpsters or do additional dumpster days in targeted communities in all of our districts to make sure that those folks don't get left behind, when the fact is we really just don't want this dumping in our communities. So I just wanted to offer that. I'm not going to ask for an amendment because I think the spirit of all the memos covers that. And thank you to everyone, all my colleagues, for bringing this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Prowse?
Yeah, just briefly, and I do know the majority of the enforcement does come from the police department. So obviously that also, I think, explains why we're not seeing significant number of people have been cited or violated. And we do have access to a couple cameras today that can be deployed in certain locations, but I think having more of those and deploying them in more of these hardest hit locations certainly could be beneficial, and obviously that's why we included that as part of the memorandum. And I just wanted to give thanks to Councilmember Jimenez for inviting me in to work with him on this, and appreciate how he's always very thorough and thoughtful in his policy memos and incorporating feedback, and being willing to try and create the best policy moving forward, and to our colleagues, the mayor, Councilmember Davis, and Foley as well. So thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Davis?
Thanks. And I want to thank Councilmember Esparza. She reminded me of something I wanted to mention regarding the apartments. We're working with one neighborhood that has a lot of apartments in my district, and kind of trying to pilot the outreach to those apartment managers to make them aware of the ability for junk pickup in multifamily dwellings, which I believe we do have available. So I just wanted to make sure staff was aware that we're working on that. And I believe my staff has already reached out to housing to get the contact information for folks. So we're kind of piloting that already, and we're happy to share that information with, I'm assuming, is it Beautify SJ folks who are going to be doing this work? Assuming this passes, which I think it will.
Good evening, Councilmember John Cicerelli, Director PRNS. BSJ is really the operational arm of picking up the dumping at this point. So it's going to be a lot of work with ESD on some of this policy, education framework, and a lot of these other items that are being asked for.
Okay. Okay, great. So we'll coordinate with you guys about the outreach that we're doing, and maybe we can figure out kind of lessons learned to share with.
Sure.
Thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate all the good ideas that have been brought forward by Councilmembers Jimenez and Perales and Davis and Foley. I think of all the ideas, the one that may be least impactful is actually increasing the fine. I think these are all good ideas. I suspect unless we're really catching a lot of folks, the fine amount is probably not going to make a huge difference. I think I agree with Councilmember Cohen on that, but lots of good ideas here. And so look forward to seeing us get some traction on a really difficult problem. All right, any other comments? Councilmember Renz?
Yes, Councilmember Esparza's comments also spurred another comment that I forgot to include, and that was I wasn't sure if we've characterized the people who have dumped and received fines last year, but if they happen to be, and I know anecdotally I've heard from my colleagues say that they fit the bill of a small business, maybe construction related. that we also offer vouchers maybe for those small businesses as an incentive versus having a $10,000 fine, like you just mentioned, might not be reason enough not to dump. So I'd love to have that just integrated into the work plan to see how we can support small businesses, especially now that many of them, from what I understand, will be having a really difficult time, and the season is starting as the days are getting warmer, and so we are probably going to start seeing a lot more of that construction dumping as we begin to move into summer.
Thank you, Councilmember. All right, let's vote then on the motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, there's one item on consent on land use. That's 10.1A. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
See no hands on this consent item. Let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, our final item is 10.2, which is amendment to Title 20 for the Urban Village and Mixed Use Zoning Districts. And a very unfortunate, Michael Brio has been forced to stay, along with Jared Hart, I believe, and I see Roseland and a few others have all been forced to stay till the very end. So thank you all for your patience.
Planning is always the headliner, and but it's been a hard act to follow, all these acts. So I do have a brief presentation, which I'm happy to go through if you'd like. Okay.
Sure.
Up to you.
I think a relatively expedited presentation would be
Okay.
appreciated.
All right. I understand. Whoops. Can you see it?
Yes, we can.
Okay. How do you go back? Okay. So thank you, Council. Thank you, Mayor. Michael Brio, Deputy Director of Citywide Planning. I'm here to talk to you tonight about our proposed urban village and mixed-use zoning districts. I think, as you're aware, we're a charter city, and our zoning does not have to, or until recently, did not have to align with our general plan. In many cases, it never has. So our objective is we're proposing 6 new zoning districts to correlate with the general plan land use designations for mixed use and high density development. These 6 districts include an urban village commercial district, an urban village district, a mixed use commercial district, mixed use neighborhood, urban residential, and transit residential zoning districts. We also are adding and updating definitions to reflect these 6 new zoning districts, and there's other minor edits for conformance and clarity. So as you probably recall, the City Council directed us to align the zoning with the general plan back in 2019. To streamline development consistent with the general plan and to alleviate a lot of confusion out there regarding the difference between zoning and general plan. In addition to that, the state SB 1333, which went into effect on January 1st, 2019, mandated cities like San Jose that are charter cities to align their zoning with the general plan. So this process is really broken into 3 phases. Phase 1A was to update the existing zoning districts to better align with the general plan. Council approved that in 2019. Phase 1B is to create new zoning districts to implement high-density residential and mixed uses that align with the general plan's land use designations. That's what we're here for tonight. Phase 2 is rezoning properties to conform the general plan designation, and we are undertaking that work now. Actually, you'll hear your first batch of those on June 8th. This is really quickly, this is a map where all of these zoning districts would apply. This is showing all of the urban village commercial, transit residential, et cetera, land use designation. So the next step would be, which we'll initiate this summer, is for staff to start rezoning these properties to the new urban village and mixed use zoning districts. So we've done an extensive amount of outreach, including 3 community workshops. We've met with the BIA twice. We've also met with the Alum Rock Urban Village advocates. And we also did something rather unique, and that is the Urban Land Institute facilitated a test fit analysis with architects from David Baker and Bay West Development to sort of test the proposed ordinance to see would they work with the type of development that we want to see and the type of development that the market is building and we can expect. And they made very useful recommendations on changes and clarifications, which we've integrated into this proposed ordinance. So there are 3 outcomes here. One is certainty and predictability for developers and the community. This provides clear objective standards for high density development. And really important, I don't want to say most importantly, but I just want to highlight this is really going to streamline the permitting process for mixed use development. It's going to streamline the process for development that our general plan supports and is calling for, which is really, really important. It'll also promote high quality development. These zoning districts use modern standards and requirements, and they were developed in tandem with and work with the recently adopted city design guidelines, city design standards and guidelines. So they work in tandem. Also, lastly, one of the objectives is to bring ourselves into conformance with state law. So it creates a pathway for complying with SB 1333. And finally, it allows the city to use SB 940 to support our phase 2 work of aligning the general plan, the zoning ordinance with the general plan. SB 940 being a bill that the city of San Jose and Senator Jim Bell sponsored. So just really quickly highlighting some of the key changes. So historically, mixed use development in commercial zones has required a conditional use permit, which is heard by the Planning Commission, appealed to City Council. And mixed use development in residential zones requires a special use permit. So what we're proposing is that mixed use development in the new zoning districts would be a permitted use. So very, very much streamlining the process for the type of development that we want to see in San Jose and our growth areas. Also, so townhomes and row houses and small lot subdivisions, the typical entitlement process for this development was a planned development zoning and then a PD permit. Our approach here will be to make this type of development would be approved, would be a permitted use, and we just need to get a site permit. So it streamlines this type of development as well. All of this being said, we will still adhere to the council outreach policy. We will have public noticing and there will be a public hearing. The only exception to that is, of course, if there's a state law that has a ministerial hearing, such as SB 35. Really quickly, our staff recommendation is approve the urban village and mixed use zoning districts, approve associated revisions to incorporate the new zoning districts into other code sections, revisions and definitions, and there are other minor non-substantive edits for clarity or formatting. And with that, I'm done. We're open for questions. Thank you.
Okay, drop the mic. All right, we're going to the public. Catherine Hedges.
Good evening, council, mayor. I'm just disappointed there's nothing in this for artists who need to be able to have uses in their studios in a commercial area that are currently only permitted under industrial zoning. And San Jose just makes everything so hard for artists and then wonders why we're leaving town. That and the high rents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Roland?
Thank you, Mayor. Very briefly, what I'd like to see at some point is to maybe have the planning department hold some kind of workshop with the intent to revisit land use in North Coyote Valley, specifically a new form of land use, which should be a mixture of wildlife habitat and light industrial and distribution warehouses in particular. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, coming back to council. Councilmember, oh wait, I'm sorry, forgive me, Mr. Briekman.
Hi, I'll be waiting for open forum. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cohen, or Councilmember Cohen.
Just a question on this. As far as process, this streamlines the process by which some types of developments would be able to be permitted without going through rezoning hearings, I suppose. When these projects are, trying to figure out how to remember how to frame this question at 11:15 at night. Some of these are urban villages which are high density and sometimes are going to be kind of new developments in certain parts of our city, right? Where there's currently not high density, but they're zoned for urban village, and now we're allowing this mixed use urban village that might allow for some higher density on some of these sites. When these things come forward and the community, it says in there there's still community hearing and people are providing input in the neighborhoods. What's the obligation then for incorporating those comments into the development? What's the recourse for community if something that's new as proposed is being questioned by the community as far as its fit in terms of what's around it currently?
Yeah, okay. So there's different scenarios, but in the case of an urban village plan, so one is there would be a plan that has a lot of guidance and standards for development already in terms of, what it would look like, where it'd be placed, and the uses. So in addition to that, we have the citywide design guidelines. So there's a lot of guidance on that. But yeah, so we would have a community meeting. We would seek input from the community on the development proposal, and staff would consider that and make recommendations to the project to sort of to improve the project, to see how some of those comments could be integrated into the development. In many cases, as I said, it would be a director's hearing, so it ultimately be for the director to make the recommendation and then a decision on what the project ultimately would look like. But we would take into account the urban village plan, the citywide design guidelines, other city policies, general plan, and the council, and the citywide design guidelines on that. So, yeah, there are, just to be clear, with all the state laws related to around housing, we're having to update our guidelines and standards. We're really sort of limited to enforcing objective standards now and guidelines and sort of shoulds and things like that. Policies that are not objective, quantifiable standards are ones that we can encourage, but we can't deny a project based on those type of shoulds and subjective standards. So we really have to rely, for at least for housing, on those objective standards. So we're really modernizing. We're going back and looking at old plans, and our codes and everything, and our citywide design standards now reflect that. If we really want something to be enforceable, it needs to be a standard. So I hope I answered your question, Councilmember Cohen.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's.
But just to be clear, right now, these zoning districts have not been applied in these urban villages yet. Or other areas. So the next step is to actually go back and rezone the property to apply them.
Thank you. Councilmember Sparsam?
Thank you. I had a question about the open space requirement. So in particular is that takes into account existing open space nearby. And I bring this up because I have a creek that runs through my district, and the intent of open space isn't to tell people to go walk in the creek to get their open space in a new development. So I wanted to get some clarification on that, that because there is the proximity to other open space. And so I wanted to clarify what we mean by that. And in that specific instance, right? So if there's a creek nearby a mixed use development, is the expectation that that development offers some kind of space, or are we just going to tell people, hey, you can go get your recreation in the creek?
Martina, I'm going to turn this question over to you.
I'm mute myself. Thanks, Martina Davis, supervising planner. So we do have public open space defined as functional public open space. So that would be a park, a trail, either a county or city park, also a publicly owned, or excuse me, privately owned, publicly accessible open space. So it is certainly our intention and the way we have it defined to mean an actual functional open space, not just open area that people don't have access to.
Yeah, and I'm going to push you. I know that. And then again, in this specific instance, there's the Coyote Creek Trail that's under construction right now. And I know, you know, we're moving forward on that trail, but it's in terms of use, I would say that I know we're piloting a public safety program along this trail, but it's really frankly not that usable. It's certainly not like a park, even though it's a trail. It's really not, it's literally functional because it's a trail, but it is not in practice, it's not functional open space. And so I think this is an issue that could come up in other parts of the city as well that are dealing with similar issues. And so that's why I wanted to bring that up tonight. So what would this mean in that instance?
I mean, if it is a dedicated city trail, it would count in that instance. So, I mean, if for example, trails were not something we thought was as functional as a park, maybe we could look at amending that definition to exclude, say, trails, for example.
Yeah,
it's just,
so
you know, we just have to objectively define it, what we
yeah. So I think that we have some more work to do in terms of how we would define it, is what I'm saying. So so I'm going to suggest that we define that to exclude trail spaces, because whether it's the Los Gatos Creek or some of the other creeks, Guadalupe, Coyote, I don't think that's the intent of the open space requirement to, in effect, refer folks to a trail that many residents in our city wouldn't feel comfortable using. And for those of us that have parks, use them for a lot of other things, a lot of other gathering that and community events that don't lend themselves to a trail.
Councilmember, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rennes?
Thank you. I have a question about Michael. You said that the next step is for you to apply these zoning districts into some of the urban village plans. What happens if those plans are already finished? Does that mean that they have another opportunity to incorporate these new the 6 new zoning districts?
No, so right. So the next step would be we wouldn't go. So when there's an urban village plan approved, essentially when we go to rezone properties with these new urban village zoning districts, we would be doing it in a way to align with the council approved plans. So we're not proposing to revisit the plans and open up. It's more just that we'd be implementing those plans by applying or rezoning private property with these new zoning districts, consistent with those plans. Did I answer your question?
Not really. No.
Sorry.
Could you, I guess, could you break that down further?
So I think your question was, can you repeat your question? Sorry.
Sure. It kind of was spurred with what Councilmember Cohen had asked initially, and so I thought about like what happens if a plan's already established, right? And now we are approving these new 6 zoning districts. And you said that the next step would be to apply those zoning districts to some of the urban village plans, is what I thought what you had said earlier.
Yeah.
And so my question is, how about if those urban villages plans are already finished?
Right,
And
let me step back a moment. So these zoning districts are only going to live in the zoning document. They're not, they live on paper in the Title 24 zoning code. So if you go to the urban village plans that are prepared and have been council approved, there's a plan, there's general plan land use designation. It says where development should go, what it should look like. But if you actually look at the zoning in those urban village plans, the zoning is whatever. It could be industrial or commercial or single family. It doesn't reflect the urban village plan or the general plan, right? And so what we're saying is that these new, if the council approves these new zoning districts, they would be in the portfolio of zoning districts that we'd have in the code. So the next,
oh, I see.
so the next step would be to go, hey, we've got these village plans. We have to now fix the zoning to align with the village plans. And yay, we got these new zoning districts we can actually use to do that now.
Right.
We wouldn't be revisiting the plans or opening them up. I mean, that could happen for other reasons, but we're not proposing to do that. It's just a matter of now taking these off-the-shelf zoning districts and applying them to the actual properties in the village, consistent with the already community-driven, council-approved village plans.
Got it. So in the general plan task force, we talked about signature projects, and those are essentially just an urban village without a plan. So how does that look? How different does it look for a signature project in their proposal?
Right. So I think, so in general, these zoning districts would be applied to those villages that have a village plan, and a signature project is for villages that don't have an urban village plan. So in that particular case, they would have to propose a rezoning process.
Oh,
did I get that right, Martina and Jared? Do you want to add to that?
Correct. Yeah, signature projects would continue to go through the plan development zoning process in most circumstances.
Would that make it less streamlined than what we're intending it to be?
Yeah, so signature projects would not be so streamlined, because remember, there's sort of an exception where you can jump ahead when there's no village plan that's been done.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and if they're jumping ahead, well, okay. Thank you. Those were my questions. I appreciate it.
Sure, thank you.
And you were the headliner, by the way.
Yeah, I don't know if I know this is deserving. Well, whatever. This is a real. I just want to say this is really an amazing work that our team's doing, and it's really going to help further development. Yeah, but whatever. I'll leave it at that.
I was just looking at a Twitter a tweet by Lorena Gonzalez, and she was just wondering, like, rhetorically, why isn't there any more like row housing? And I was really was curious to see that as part of the one of the new 6 zoning districts. So that was neat. Anyways, thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
We're bringing it back. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Thanks for everyone's hard work. We know these urban villages have been super challenging, and I think we're finally getting our arms around what has been a really difficult concept to implement. And I think I'm glad to see this moving forward. So thanks, everybody. Let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Crosco, David.
Aye.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we managed to finish with 34 minutes to spare, although we do have time now for open forum and public comment. We'll go to our community. Mr. Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. I've had a long day myself. Thank you to yourselves. You've had a long day, and I'm just I've been really interested about your budget proposals over the past few days, and the capital budget statistics that we've quadrupled public safety spending and budgeting over the last few years, and it's a worry to myself. But at the same time, it sounds like you guys are really willing to work on the issue, and you have a projected $50 million lessening of that budget in the next fiscal year into 2000, however that you show it works. So it means that you're willing to want to accept, what can be, health and human services ideas, basically.
The hour, I'd like to see if we can try to wrap up within 1 minute. Could you complete your sentiments, sir?
Yes, I am. I'm Blair Beekman. I have 40 seconds left here. I'm trying to speak to the subject that how are you willing to, you're trying your darndest to want to address the ideas of defund basically in the next year is my feeling I'm trying to describe. I don't know if you're going to fully do that, but I think you're willing to and you're wanting to, and I hope you're wanting to. And I think we need to, and even with or without upcoming natural disaster issues, I think that's really remarkable of yourselves, and I hope we all make the effort to want to consider issues of defund in the next few years.
We're going to confine comments to 1 minute, given the lateness of the hour. I think everyone needs to get to sleep. I know, and staff and the council. Roland?
Thank you, Mayor. So in 1 minute, my concern is about the Charter Commission, specifically how the process is getting bogged down and no clear sight of recommendations coming forward for consideration by council. The final straw was last night when the commission actually voted to appoint closed-door subcommittees without first taking public comment on a motion. When called out on the omission, the city clerk opined that commissioners could continue and take their vote, followed by hearing public comment and maybe reconsider their vote as appropriate, which obviously didn't happen. I'm also concerned that the city attorney's representatives expressed multiple opinions on the Brown Act without reference to government code or existing case law. And I'm therefore requesting that the council reconsider the appointment of independent counsel to the commission. And thank you and good night. And thank you for your service.
Thank you, Roland, and thank you for your patience with the hour. Mr. Bro?
Hi, my name is Mike Sparborough, and I'm an 8th grade teacher at Luther Burbank. And first, I wanted to say that you were all absolute champions. I understand you've been here since 9 o'clock this morning or something like that. That is absolutely insane. We teachers definitely know late hours. So thank you very much for that. Yeah, I'm here with several students tonight, and we wanted to speak on an initiative and also addition to that, which was the expansion of the IPA initiative for police officers. Earlier when we were in the meeting at around 3 o'clock, the hands that were raised were not recognized. So I'm doing this both to represent our school, Luther Burbank in San Jose in District 14, Mr. Prowless's district, but also to create a path for my students who have hands raised now and who will be speaking. So I'm going to go ahead and stop and defer to my amazing 8th grade students who will be speaking after me with hands raised. Thank you again, Mr. Liccardo and all council members.
Thank you for your service and for your work for our youth. Jaslyn, welcome. Jaslyn, tell you what, I'm going to call a couple other folks. There's a problem with your software. Apparently, we won't be able to hear you right now because you've got an old version of Zoom. So if you could try to download the newest version, and I'll call on a couple other folks, and hopefully you can get your hand back up. You need, I'm sorry?
She can call by phone as well.
Oh, she can also call by phone. And I'm sorry, Jaslyn, the phone number is area code 408. Boy. You got the number there, Henry? Here it is, right here.
Yeah.
Okay. 888.
And then the ID as well.
Oh, I'm sorry. The alternative phone number here, the
You use the
213.
888 number, and then they type in that webinar ID.
Oh, boy, that's a long, okay.
Mayor, perhaps Tony could put it on the screen while you're calling other speakers?
That would be fine. That would be fine. Tony, are you able to put the phone number and webinar ID on the screen?
Yeah, just give me a minute.
That would be great. Thank you very much. All right, Catherine Hedges.
Hi, I just want to say that I second everything Blair Bateman said, and I also believe that San Jose needs an Office of Disability Affairs. We just do not take the needs of disabled people into account with city policies, and that kind of oversight ends up costing the city money when we get sued over ADA issues. Thank you very much to, I believe it was Pam Foley that was supporting such an office, and I hope we can get it in the next round of budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Marissa, welcome. Marissa also needs to upgrade. Okay. Okay, Marissa, I'm sorry, you have the same problem that Jaslyn has with regard to the older version of Zoom. It doesn't allow us to be able to hear you. And so you see the phone number that is there, the 888-475-4499 number. I'd encourage you and Jaslyn to give that number a call with that webinar ID. Jaslyn, have you been able to work it out with your device? Do you have a new version? No, not yet. Okay. I will give this just a moment more to see if you can call in. And if not, we'll have a Rules Committee meeting tomorrow at 2 p.m. There'll be another opportunity to provide public comment. And then, of course, following Tuesday, we're here every Tuesday, just about. Okay, I'm going to ask forgiveness from our two students who have been trying. Here we go, Jaslyn, why don't you give it a shot? Nope, still same problem? Okay. Jaslyn, I'm told it's still a problem with the software. So why don't you go ahead and download the new version of Zoom, give it another shot. Tomorrow at 2 p.m. is rules, or next Tuesday. We'd be happy to hear from you. My apologies. We're going to call the meeting now at 11:34. Thank you, everybody, and please stay healthy. Meeting's adjourned.